and call this meeting to order. I'd like to ask Commissioner Matt Nichol if he'd do our Pledge of Allegiance and invocation.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, before we can even begin to ask for anything else, let us thank you for the many blessings that you have bestowed upon us. Thank you for the ability to walk upright and tend the land that you have provided each day. Thank you for the United States of America, which is a country that many still flock to enjoy the benefits and freedoms that we have. Thank you for the great state of North Carolina and this wonderful county of Harnett. Lord, I ask you that you be with our law enforcement, be with our healthcare professionals and the military that protects our freedoms and keeps us safe. Lord, be with this Board of Commissioners that we make decisions today that will help drive this county into the future. I ask all these things in your name, I pray.
Amen. Thank you, Commissioner Nichol. At this time, we'll consider any additions or deletions to the published agenda.
This is Paula Stewart. There are none at this time.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a request to make an addition to the agenda.
Yes, sir, Mr. Nichol.
Before COVID, we had 2 public comment periods per month. I make a request that we, now that we are back in operation, go ahead and have 2 public comments again per month.
Okay, Ms. Stewart, where'd you like to put that on the agenda?
Procedurally, I need to ask our attorney if we can amend it to do it today since we didn't give notice for it.
I think we should amend it and do it go forward, basically.
So we could put it on the agenda for next time going forward, or put it on here today to vote on to go forward, but we couldn't do public comment today because procedurally that would not be correct.
Where would you like to put that on the agenda? Ms.
We
Stewart?
can add it to, we can just add it under 5A.
Okay, there's a recommendation to add under 5A, a discussion on opening up public comments at both, I'm assuming both regular meetings. Is that correct, Mr. Nichol? Not the work sessions, the...
That's correct, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Any other additions or deletions?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that we remove items 9 and 10 and take those up in the next work session.
Okay, item 9 would be the discussion of one-time benefits supplement. Item 10 would be the use of outside firm for county manager search discussion. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Any other additions or deletions? Any discussion on those? Any of the other commissioners? Hearing none, do I hear a motion to accept the amended agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the amendment, the agenda as amended.
Thank you, Commissioner Witherspoon. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Brings us to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Nichol. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Nichol. Commissioner Witherspoon. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Consent agenda passes. Appointments. I did not see any appointments. We still have a few vacancies. I apologize. I did plan to work on mine. I did not. So let's be reminded of those and continue to work to get those filled as quickly as we can. And That will bring us to the Sandhill Center fiscal year 21-22 funding request and program update.
Mr. Chairman, before Victoria comes up, 5A would be the discussion of adding the public
Thank you.
comment back.
I even wrote it down and then skipped it. Okay, excuse me, discussion on the changing public comment to both of our regular sessions each month. I understood Stewart replied to a question before the meeting started concerning that. So there was a time when there were public comments at both of the regular meetings, and I'm thinking I heard that when COVID came, that was changed to once a month. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So any other thoughts on that? So we'll put that on the next work session agenda.
Well, you can vote on it today. You can vote on it now, and it would just take effect at our next meeting on May 17th.
Correct, okay. So we can vote on it now. All right. Do I have a motion to go back to public comment at both regular sessions, both monthly regular sessions?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we go back to public comment at both of our regular sessions.
Thank you, Commissioner Nickel. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Now we'll get to the Sandhill Center. Ms. Witt, thank you.
Thank you and good morning. I'm Victoria Witt. I'm the CEO of Sandhill Center. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. I missed last year because of COVID, and this is the first time I've been in this lovely building. This is really a nice boardroom and also the building. So thank you so much for having me this morning. Before I start, I'd also like to thank the board for the appointment of Commissioner Weatherspoon to the Sandhill Center Board. Commissioner Weatherspoon, in his short time, has become a very active member of our board. Would also like to recognize the time that Commissioner McCoy served on the board, and also a short time that Commissioner Johnson, so it's good to see him again. So I can assure you Harnett County is well represented on the Sandhill Center Board. My main reason for being here this morning is to do my annual presentation for the Sandhill Center Board's request for county general funding. At the March 9th board voted once again to not request any additional funding from any of our 9 counties. This would mark the 17th year in a row that we have not asked for an increase. As you know, back in 2012, we took over the management of Medicaid, and Medicaid dollars have certainly helped us with our mission. So what I'm presenting to you tonight, or this morning rather, is a request for $199,679. That's the same amount that it has been for the past 17 years and that you have so graciously approved in your budget. I'll remind you that that funding stays right here in Harnett County to support folks receiving behavioral health services at the Daymark Clinic, not have Medicaid or primary insurance. So it goes to the support of indigent folks receiving behavioral health services. So that is our request for this year. I'd also like to acknowledge that Sandhills continues to partner with the county around your Harnett Veterans Treatment Court. We started that last year and have expectations of continuing this year to provide some funding to your Veterans Court. We also have partnered with the county with Wake Enterprises to provide funding for folks with intellectual developmental disabilities to receive day program services. And we continue to be a financial partner with Good Hope Hospital in getting those additional beds added over in Irwin. In your packet, I have a lot of materials. I'm not going to go through them all. I know you have a very busy meeting today, but I would call your attention to our dashboard. This is something I give to you every year that basically is a snapshot of behavioral health services in Harnett County. As you can see, even with COVID, the number of people served remained steady. We were able to change over to telepsychiatry and telehealth methods. So the number of people served, you see there. You see that that approximately $21.1 million of Medicaid and state dollars are spent in Harnett County for services for folks with behavioral health problems. You see the services that provides. You also see that 290 providers within our system provide services to the residents of Harnett County. And then you see a breakdown of the different disabilities that are served. Would also like to tell you about something new that's just recently happened. Sand Hills, in partnership with the counties and with the state, have brought a new service to the Sand Hills area. It is called a facility-based crisis center. These are 24/7 facilities for folks for behavioral health service treatment and also substance abuse. One is located in Asheboro. That one opened the end of March. I can tell you already 2 folks from Harnett County have been treated in that facility. That is a facility for adults. We are getting ready to open one in Richmond County, which will be a facility for children. It is the first, not the first of its kind, it is the third of its kind in North Carolina for children. These facilities are meant to divert people from the emergency rooms and also assist law enforcement, because these facilities will be staffed with officers where custody can be transferred over and hopefully cut down on some of the long waits. These facilities are once again located, they are for the entire 9-county catchment area. You have several brochures in your packet about these facilities and hope you take some time to read over them in the coming days. Also want to brag on Harnett as far as CIT training. This county continues to lead the way in providing CIT, which is crisis intervention training, to your law enforcement officers and also to your first responders. If you're not familiar with CIT or you've not attended a class, I would welcome you to attend the next one, which is June 21st. We have those over at the detention center. I'm a little bit not sure, but I think it's the detention center's that way. We have it over there. Lieutenant Scott Jeffries is the host officers. You can see that we have trained 84 Harnett County officers in CIT since we started having these trainings. So would invite you, I know you probably can't take 40 hours to go through the whole class, but would invite you to attend a day or 2 or a few hours just to see what's going on. And you have a detailed brochure about CIT in your packet. You also have our annual report, which I will not go through page by page. There's budget information in here about Sand Hill Center, as well as how we have dealt with the COVID situation. And then lastly, I want to bring to your attention once again, as I've been doing since 2015, about Medicaid transformation. In 2015, North Carolina passed a new law that basically is transforming the way Medicaid is administered in North Carolina. What that means is, from a behavioral health perspective, Sand Hills used to be over the management of all behavioral health. There will now be 5 new insurance companies starting July 1st, which will also be managing Medicaid for behavioral health issues. The way it's divided is those 5 private companies will be managing Medicaid for folks with mild and moderate disorders, whereas Sandhills will continue to manage treatment and services for folks with severe problems. But there are 5 new players in town, so to speak. Your DSS and your health departments are well aware of this and have been very much involved. I ran across this one-page sheet the other day that to me explained it real well as far as what that transformation is going to look like around to our different counties sharing this with you. So I will stop there and be happy to answer any question you may have about our budget request or anything I've said this morning or anything about Sandhill Center.
Thank you very much, Ms. Witt. We certainly appreciate your comments and the information provided for us. Any questions for Ms. Witt this morning or any comments? Well, hearing none, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. Ms. Stewart, is this something that's included in the budget or we need to pass?
It's included in the budget.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Witt.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have a funding request and program update from Mr. Fulmer with the North Carolina Forest Service. How are you this morning?
Doing good, doing
Good.
good. My name is Buren Fulmer. I'm your local representative with the North Carolina Forest Service. We are a division in the Department of Agriculture. We have a staff of 4 here in the county, and we're located in the Harnett County Agriculture Building. During the first part of the COVID-19 pandemic, forestry and the forest product industry was related as essential to the state of North Carolina. And the question on that was, why were we so essential? This next picture kind of sums up why forestry is essential. We have a roll of toilet paper out there in the woods. Some of you may remember last spring the great toilet paper shortage of 2020, but it was more than just toilet paper. It was paper products and hygiene products, and back in the spring that was a very hot commodity. And in agriculture, you always hear that stated, do you know where your food comes from? Well, 2020 certainly allowed people to realize where their toilet paper comes from. It comes from the forest product industry in the woods of North Carolina. We have manufacturing facilities here that produces the material that goes into that. Some of you may know, some of you may not know that the forest product industry in North Carolina is the largest manufacturing industry in the Tar Heel State. It employs about 70,000 people in that industry across the state. There's about 2,300 forest product industry facilities across the state. A lot of times I like to tell people I'm called eating in Subway in Lillington a lot at lunchtime, and I tell people to meet me there, and you can just sit there and watch how many log trucks come through the big intersection in Lillington. And one of the questions is, where are all those trucks going? Those trucks are going to these manufacturing facilities. And in this next slide, I kind of showed some of the companies that is going to. And these are huge companies in the state of North Carolina: International Paper, Weyerhaeuser, Jordan Lumber, Louisiana Pacific. You know, where these facilities are located, they employ a lot of people. And the reason why those facilities are there is because we are so good in North Carolina about managing our forest land. And as a Forest Service representative here in the county, that's some of the things I do, is I help private landowners manage their timber so that they can sell that timber. But then as that timber goes on to that final product, all the people in North Carolina it touches on the way. I know we have some new county commissioners, and I know we're a small organization, so I kind of wanted to throw up our mission statement. The mission statement of the Forest Service is to protect, manage, and promote forest resources for the citizens of North Carolina. One of the ways we do that is through forest protection, and that's what we're known for. I'm known for Smokey the Bear and putting out forest fires, but there's more than just fire control for protecting the forest you know, a lot of things can affect it. One big thing is insects and diseases and invasive species. And then other things that can affect it, and that last slide to the right, is human activity. Now, as far as insects and diseases, we got a lot of them on our radar right now. And the last few years when I've came and spoke to the commissioners, I've showed this map, and you can kind of see how counties are filling in with different colors, and those different colors are different invasive species. And the last few years, we've been watching that top little critter on the right, the emerald ash borer, and the one on the bottom, the red bay ambrosia beetle. Now, this slide was taken about a month ago, and we found a place last fall between Lillington and Irwin on the river where we had a bunch of dead ash trees, and that emerald ash borer, that's kind of what he feeds on and where he's at. Now, on that last slide, you could see, I'll actually back up, how Chatham County has filled in. And the emerald ash borer is known to come, somebody with a lot higher pay grade than me has realized that the bugs fly downriver. And so they're in that drainage of the Cape Fear River. So one of the spots that it should show up is in Harnett County. So we went out at the beginning of April, and that's Dr. Kelly Oaten in one of the slides from NC State helping us put up these traps. And I kind of question how a bug can know how to fly downriver, but he's going to fly into a big purple sticky board hanging from a tree between Irwin and Lillington. But we actually do put in some, I guess you would say, love smelling stuff inside of that purple thing, so hopefully it'll attract them. So we'll see here. We're going to pull the traps in the middle of May, and we'll see if those dead ash trees are the emerald ash borer. And it's very possible that we will, when I bring the map to you next year, that Harnett will be covered with that invasive species. The other one, the red ambrosia beetle, is coming up through Cumberland and Sampson County. He feeds on trees and bushes from the laurel family. He came in through the port at Savannah and has made his way up here. And he should be coming through in the next year or two. I'm really concerned. It's going to be really noticeable in the Sandhills region of Harnett County, Anderson Creek over to Johnsonville, because one of the trees that he feeds on is sassafras. And we've realized that there's no stopping either one of these two critters. The thing will be is trying to save the seed and reintroduce the species after the infestation of the bugs come through. We also, going back to the fire control thing, which we're famous for, this is a slide of 2020, lots of rain. One of the wettest years on record, and in Harnett County last year we had 72 woods fires that we responded to with the fire departments that burnt 83 acres. That is way down, certainly on those acreage that was burnt. If we go back to 2021, looking forward for this year, we had 1 week in March where we burnt more acreage than that in the county because it was wet January and February, but certainly March and April we have dried out, just finishing up with one of the driest Aprils on record. But with all the wet weather in 2020, that enabled us to go spend a little time with some new friends. We have cooperative agreements with other states and our national partners, the U.S. Forest Service and through the National Association of State Foresters. So here's a slide of us out in California. The West Coast had a big problem last August through October, and this was a fire, and some of my new friends I got to hang out with out there. Last year, we were certainly California dreaming in September, sending a lot of resources out there to support our other partners, and some of the people here in the county, as well as our district, visited states such as California, Utah, Texas, and Oregon. This slide here is a picture that Matthew took on a fire in Utah last year. With that, one thing I'm kind of proud of is the way our agency responded in 2020. It was a different year. Most of the time when we get these requests from other states, guys and girls are really happy to go because it might be a chance to make a little overtime, but 2020 was a little different. You're going to get on an airplane, you're going to fly across the country during COVID. And I was real proud of our agency to supply, I think 183 people went out west to support the wildfire effort in the western United States.
Other special projects and emergency services that we had going on here in 2020 was we are in the Department of Agriculture, so we cross-train with ag emergency programs, and we assisted with the avian influenza breakout in Anson and Union County last year. That's a disease that affects chickens and chicken poultry operations. During the COVID pandemic, we all learned to do things a lot different. You could certainly get your food a lot of different ways. We have companies such as DoorDash, Walmart Pickup, Amazon Delivery. But if you work for the Forest Service, you get your food by a mule train. This was a fire I was on in California last year that was in a wilderness area. So we kind of flew in there on helicopters, but when the smoke sits in, helicopters can't fly. And every day we would get a mule train about 2 o'clock. It would bring the supplies in there to us. So that was kind of neat. One of the hot items that would come up on the mule train were the showers in a bag, 3 foot by 3 foot wet wipes. So that was pretty entertaining. But that's the way our food would come to us. One of the other things I was talking about as far as forest protection is logging operations and human activity. One thing the Forest Service does do here, you've probably noticed a lot more logging activity in the last 4 or 5 years. We go out and inspect those to make sure that they're being done properly and make sure that any environmental regulations are being adhered to. And sometimes you get real good ones. These are some bridge mats that loggers have put in, good creek crossings. Every once in a while, they don't look quite as good, and we need to get those fixed. And so we do that through logging inspections. We also work with the local fire departments in the county doing some training as far as chainsaw safety and wildland classes. Here's a picture from Northwest Harnett back in January, and we did one in February in Lillington right before the COVID started hitting and kind of canceled that for the year. Under a normal year, we'd probably have 6 or 7 of the fire departments listed up there that receive training. We started back last Thursday with Spout Springs, so we're getting our training program, getting back to it now that things are starting to wind down on the COVID. Managing our forest, this is where we spend most of our time. And you see all kinds of things when you're out in the wilds of Harnett County. You may notice the one to the left, that was one I walked up on that was a little strange, and a bicycle hanging from a tree. You run into all different kinds of things when you're out there. But one of the things that we do for landowners in the county is if you own 20 acres of woodland in the state of North Carolina and it is an active forest management, which is growing trees to one-day harvest, you qualify for a tax deferment on your property taxes. And one of those requirements are that you have to have a management plan on file at the local county tax office. Well, the Forest Service can write those plans for the landowner. So we get a lot of requests when those plans need to be updated, and that keeps me sitting at the desk a lot instead of out in the woods. But we had 179 landowners that we assisted last year in 2020, wrote 107 of those management plans, and put about another 4,000 acres in active forest management. We also have cost share programs that are available to Harnett County landowners when they harvest timber to get them back into trees, to get it back into production. And I know there has been a lot of growth and development that is occurring in Harnett County. But last year we assisted 64 landowners that planted about 2,100 acres in trees. So that's definitely keeping Harnett County green. If you do the math on that, by the way we plant those trees, that's a little over 1 million trees in Harnett County that went back into the ground. So keeping it green. Toilet paper for future generations. This was a reforestation project that we had down off of Highway 401. If you get down below Bun level, it's on your right, and it really looks good when you drive by. You can really see the trees coming on. But so far in 2021, we take our cost share applications in the spring of the year. We've got 34 projects already for a little over 1,300 acres for this upcoming year. So I think we're going to hit 2,000 acres again this year. So I think that's a good thing. You know, these private landowners managing their property people like to move to Harnett County because we still have some farms and some forest land around. So I think that's a valuable reason for the tree planting. This is a list of those cost share programs that we administer. 3 of them are state cost share programs, 2 of them are federal cost share programs. But with the projects that we had last year, that totaled $185,000 coming back to Harnett County residents who planted trees. Basically, whatever the project costs to get it back into trees, the state has a program that will pay 40% of the cost to get it back into trees. Why is that important? It's because when those trees grow and they're harvested, they go through that whole chain to that forest product industry, because about 80% of our forest land in North Carolina is privately owned. And if it wasn't for private landowners managing that timber land, then those industrial base wouldn't be here. Promoting the forest. This is me visiting the landowner a few weeks ago, and I really like this slide because I met with this landowner back in 2005, and that area that we were standing in was an old tobacco field. If some of you may remember that the tobacco buyout or that occurred back in the middle 2000s, and this was a field that we took out of production and put into trees, and now I'm meeting with him, and hopefully it's going to be scheduled for the first thinning, which will be putting money into that landowner's pocket and moving it through that chain up to the mills. Our information and education program, obviously that took a big hit in 2020. Usually we have an environmental field day with the 5th graders. We participate in parades and career days with the school system. Smokey the Bear programs and all that kind of got put on hold. That is definitely something we hope, at least by 2022, to get back into full swing. Our big environmental field day that we'd had for 13 years in a row was canceled last year. I pretty much got rid of all our 2020 adult or kids large t-shirts, but I still have a few if any of you want one. The CWPP, which is Community Wildfire Prevention Grant Program. And what this is for is reducing fuel loads in areas. And, I was just going to hit on this slide if I'd been standing here last Friday, but we do burning out on the Anderson Creek Park, and I guess probably none of y'all know about it, but we had a wildfire on Anderson Creek Park this past Saturday. And I know I called Parks and Rec and told them Saturday when it occurred, but we finally loaded up and got out of the woods over there about 10 o'clock Saturday night. But that fire was burning right to one of the blocks that we had already done a prescribed burn in this past year. And, we were not really worried about the head because it was going right to the area that we had burned. And so I'm hoping, I've applied for a new grant this year. I'm hoping that's going to come through. One thing I was working on last week was we figured there's 254 homes that butt up to that park now. And that's going to continue to be more houses up against that very large block of wood. So that's a very important program, and we saw that this weekend with the 20-acre fire that occurred over there. Last year we also helped the county with a Duke grant. We were kind of the TSP, technical service providers. We wrote the plan, helped with the contract. This was an area where the longleaf were being overtaken by the loblolly, so we had a crew go in there and cut those loblollies down and burnt that area last year, trying to reestablish that longleaf pine ecosystem out there on the park. This is my what a deal slide. We do get funding from the county. Obviously, that's why I'm here. Last year, the county contributed $138,000 to the Forest Service budget here locally. But these were all the programs that we brought funding back to Harnett County landowners, about $196,000 worth. So I think that's a pretty good rate of return on the investment that the county puts towards the Forest Service. In 2020, we requested $138,000. In 2021, we're requesting $130,000. That's a $7,000 decrease. I hope I'm the only one. Not the only one asking for a decrease this year, but we are asking for a decrease. But there's a reason for that. The reason for that is we're not getting a new pickup. Last year, we got a new truck here, and when we purchase, or the state purchases a new truck for the local Forest Service, 40% of that pickup is paid for by the county. So we're not requesting that. Now, 40% of that pickup is not 7,300, it's more like 11,000. So we have added a little bit to our line items in our budget. But some of those things that we'll be needing, we're gonna get a new laptop because we only have a staff of 4. We're just gonna replace one of them. The big thing is the rebanding. I'm sure you've heard this from some of the fire departments and all that. There's an update that's going to be required in that radio system. And then every once in a while you lose a radio like mine that's sitting there that kind of got burned up. And that was kind of a bad day for us because that was a $5,000 drop into the controlled burn there. So that's some of the things that we'll be replacing with that. And then the state has proposed a 2.5% pay increase for the 4 employees that work here in the county. And how does our budget work? Our budget works at the local level. We are 60% state funded, 40% county funded. And that $130,000 that we are requesting, the county does not give it to the Forest Service lump sum. It is based on our expenditures. So what we spend in September and October, the county gets a bill for 40% of that cost. It's not like it's just a lump sum coming to the Forest Service. So the state has to approve the purchase before we can make the purchase. So that's kind of the way all 100 counties in the state of North Carolina participate with the Forest Service on that. That's kind of the way our budget works. And I know that's a little different than some of the other state agencies and county agencies operate, where the money is given in a lump sum. So everything's based on expenditures. Future needs of the Forest Service, we're not asking for a new pickup this year. We're going to be replacing a 2014 on next year's budget. So that's a 9-year-old pickup that we'll be getting rid of. And then hopefully we're going to be able to cover our bulldozer, which sits over here next to Harnett County Parks and Recreation's maintenance building. We'd like to get a cover over the top of that. Our bulldozer over there is a 2020 model. That was a $292,000 investment last year, and that was paid for 100% by state funds on the bulldozer and the hauling unit. But sometimes some of the, oops, lost it there, but I was right at the end anyway, so that's good. So do y'all have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Fulmer. Any questions you'd like to ask Mr. Fulmer?
All right, well, thank you for.
I would like to ask one.
Okay.
And you'll have to correct me if any of my assumptions or perceived facts are incorrect. But I think I was listening last year when you presented and talking a little bit about the pine beetle and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think when the trees are under stress is when they're more susceptible
to the pine beetles. I didn't mention any of the southern pine beetles this year, but
and that's fine. But I remember you saying that there might be some evidence that the pine straw collecting, causing the ground to dry out quicker, could be stressing the trees. Any more research on that? Or
there is. What we're trying to tell landowners now is to rake 1 year, let lay 1 year, rake 1 year, let lay 1 year. What was happening there was when the trees get up in age, the constant removal of that pine straw was allowing a lot of evaporation of the rain. There was nothing to hold that moisture in those sandy soils, and we think that's pretty much stressing the trees out. And when trees get stressed, those bugs can key in on that and come in. And we've had several plantations in western Harnett that had to be clear cut due to the fact of the pine beetles coming into those straw raking things.
Well, thank you for the update. I appreciate that. That was
thank you.
I had never thought about that, but it makes a lot of sense when you lay it out. Thank you, sir. Okay, that brings us to, and Ms. Stewart, I'm assuming that will be included in your budget presentation as well. Then that brings us to item number 8, Harnett Regional Jetport. and/or FBO discussion. I took the liberty to invite Mr. Jerry Milton to come this morning to speak with us about, well, Mr. Milton is the chair of the Jetport Committee, and I thought it might be good if we at least got his opinion on maybe the direction we might want to go with this, and possibly what he has ascertained from the feelings of maybe other members of the Jetport Committee. So, Mr. Milton, if you would, don't mind sharing a few thoughts with us this morning regarding this discussion we're getting ready to have, I would appreciate it.
Yes, sir. My name is Jerry Milton. I am the chairman of the Harnett Airport Committee. And, you know, I want to thank each and every one of you for your time, because I know you're here to make Harnett County better for everybody. And I think everybody in this room feels that way in their jobs or in their positions. And I feel that way not only with my job and my business, but in my association with the airport. And, you know, been hearing and reading a lot of, I say, disinformation about the airport and the current happenings. And I kind of wanted to touch base on that, about Gary Peacock and it going over to him. First and foremost is, you know, when the discussions came up about that, you know, if you'll dig down into what the county actually pays for, the county pays for subsidized, and I don't know exactly the amounts, but I'm around just for easy math, if that's okay. I'm gonna say $140,000 in cash disbursements to Warren Aviation. And when doing that, they also maintained the facility. During COVID, I know that they had to shut down, clean the building, the county picks up that tab. The fences, the gates, everything about it, the county already does, except manage some staff that's at the airport and the payroll for that. So, being said, the county's already doing, in my opinion, they're getting rounded numbers, 90 to 95% of the expense of that. And they're in responsibility for the fuel trucks, the gas truck, for the planes and that kind of stuff. And, you know, I guess my heart, going back to what I'm saying about Harnett County and why we're all here, to make it a better place. And I just, with the airport is, you know, there's a lot of potential with our airport in Harnett County. And Ms. McCoy, you said something at the last meeting that resonated with me when they were talking about bonuses for the county employees and the school system and the school employees. And I couldn't agree more that they don't deserve a raise. And, you know, you said, wait a minute, if we had the money, where's it coming from? And I said, you know, that's true. Where's it coming from? How do we get there? We have all these rooftops coming to Harnett County, and they don't pay enough taxes to build those schools, keep our roads, build the buildings that we need to have, and the support systems that we have to have. We need industry. We need business. And that's what taking over the airport, in my opinion, is about, because that's our hidden gem. And with that, we need economic developer out there to display what everything Harnett County has to offer and show that, hey, we come to us, we need that. And with you taking the airport private, the county could keep the fuel prices low. If you look at a flight plan from New York to Florida, which is a big travel route, these jets stop, they get fuel, they go into town, they eat. They look around and say, hey, I want to learn about this. You know, they got a beautiful countryside, that kind of stuff. That's what taking the airport over to me means, is getting people here, getting business out at the airport where they can create taxes and be able to make better schools, pay our teachers more, keep our teachers here. What we're doing is becoming a bedroom community for Raleigh, Wake County, you know, Fuquay, all these places to get industry, because we're selling, the only thing we have is our water and our sewer. enabling them to get the business, and we're missing out. We got to change that, or at least I feel that way. So with the county taking over the airport, and when I say take over, it's not really a takeover. It's just a matter of hiring somebody to manage the on-site. That's what that's about. It's not about Gary Peacock and privatization, because I'm for private business. Straightforward, I'm for private business. But sometimes that doesn't make the best sense. I feel in this case it doesn't. If you look around North Carolina and you see all the county airports, most of them are ran by the counties. And why? Because they have the ability to make adjustments and move and attract business and make it work for everybody. And so, other than that, I mean, I don't see the reason to subsidize a program or a business so much for privatization rather than keeping it in-house, hiring the best person to run it, and putting an economic developer out there and showing off what Harnett County has to offer. Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Milton. I appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us this morning. Any questions or comments from Mr. Milton before Ms. McCoy?
I think you kind of misquoted what I said in the last meeting. That was not a reference to the airport, about where do we get the money. That was not a reference to the airport.
No. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for that to sound that way. I was meaning like you were being fiscally responsible to make sure that there was money, and I was saying that
Yeah,
businesses
I
out
understand.
there. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for it to sound like that.
Okay, but I know that taking over the airport is a county, and I know for the county to take over the airport, it's a big decision for us to make, simply because of liability. Things that I'm concerned about, the liability cost to the county about things that could happen.
Yes, ma'am.
Which Warren Aviation was absorbing those liabilities when they were running the airport. Another thing I'm concerned about, you talk about business coming into the airport and business. I do understand that there have been some business out there running that have came to the airport and bought revenue. Fort Bragg has used the airport. Has used the airport on many occasions.
Every
And
week.
now one summer, they had to shut the airport down out there because of Fort Bragg doing training out there. And this has happened more than one time. So I'm not against it, what you say, against it. I just believe in analyzing it, and try to make the best decision for the county. Because either way, it's taxpayers' funds that are going to be running this airport. So I'm not totally against it. And I thank you very much for bringing more facts to me today to make the decision.
Well, in addition to what you said, and like I said, I should have been clear, but when I was stating that, I was meaning that you made sure that there was money to try to cover those raises and bonuses. And I'm saying we have a hidden jewel, Ms. McCoy, that's out there, and I really challenge the board to get together and ride to some of these other counties. Some of it will take you there if you'll fly. We'll carry you to some of these counties around and let you see what they have going on. And the airport's a draw because these businesses come by and going to their other places or going wherever they're going, and they stop. And so they get out and they go, like I said, and see the area and get more inquisitive about what's happening in the county. And with the economic developer there, and most of them do have that, and they display everything that they, whether it be a product or what a business or Campbell University, that kind of stuff is displayed. So when they come in, wow, I didn't know that Godwin Truck Beds was here. They're building beds for California. And as far as the airport liability, I mean, there is a liability, but the county, I'm sure, and I don't know the policy, so that's kind of, but I'm pretty sure that the county already has to have insurance for that, and it's just a matter a little more insurance to take care of that liability. And if those people are trained, which Harnett County is great for the employees that we have in their positions that are trained to adequately fill a plane or pull a plane, I don't, I think that's a minor step just to make sure we have all the T's crossed and I's dotted. But with, like I said, about back to the private versus county, in a sense, Harnett County has really been running the airport for all these years that it's been there because they're maintaining and doing all this stuff. The only thing they're not doing is having an FBO name up there. And when Mr. Warren took over and Gary Peacock, the airport totally changed, and it became like when I go to these other towns and stuff where they have really professional looking airport and stuff. And if the county were to choose not to keep it with the county and to go to keep it as a, I guess, bidding it out, I would have to say as the chairman and honestly as being right, that if Gary Peacock submitted his financials and that's what you decided to do, that he should be able to keep the airport because, he was there and that was their wishes. If his financials back it up, that was the only question. And I had somebody ask me about if that was right, if they could bid on it and what, how they would have to do it. So I asked the question in a meeting, and I think Gary took it as I was against it. That's not the case. The case was I'm looking at Harnett County as a whole and what we all can do to make it a better place.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you explained that because my position is I'm looking at economic development growth in this county because it's very much needed. The way this county is growing every day, it's growing by the loops and bounds every single day with citizens moving into this county. And we don't have the retail and economic development that provides the needs for the county, especially the tax needs.
Yes.
And I'm very cautious about how I speak out and how I think about these things because we have we're beginning to be a senior citizen population here. And those people do not have a lot of money for increases in tax. I know there may be at some point that we will have increases in taxes. But I'm here for the citizens of Harnett County, not just for District 1. I have no personal need in it. I have no personal gain. I'm here to represent the citizen and make a decision based on what I feel is right. And let me say this, my decision may not be the right decision at all times, but I do put thought in how I vote. Thank you so much. You have given me a lot of insight today, and I appreciate you for it.
Well, and that's what I wanted to do is to make sure that, if Gary runs it, or I'm saying Gary because that's who's running it now, or Warren Aviation runs it, or Harnett County runs it, at the end of the day, I'm still going to be there, hopefully, God willing. But, I wish when all you guys could come out there and you could walk around and you can look. Those planes that are out there, they look like they're toys, but they're really not. They're expensive. And most of them, they don't go to school. They don't ride school buses. They don't go ride the ambulance. They don't go to hospitals. But they're $4,000 or $5,000 a year tax on each and every one. And the ones that like rooms to go, if we had the facilities, their plane would be here. And $20 million revenue on a $20 million plane is pretty high. But it's not just about the planes being there. It's about, when they come into this county and they see what we have to offer, is being able to sell and be able to attract them. And around there is just waiting for economic development. But we don't need houses around there. We need businesses. We need factories. We need them hiring, paying taxes on those buildings. That's going to pay for the schools and the qualified people that we need to run Harnett County. And with that being said, I want to say, Paula, I know you've done a great job, and I hate to see you leave, but the last year was tough, and the county made it through it, and I think we're coming out on the other side a better county. So just look forward for the future. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, sir, Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Melton?
Yes.
Address commissioners also heard a lot of discussion about the positive things about the county running the airport. What are the negative things? Or what are the positive things of private?
Where the positive things of private or the positive things,
Yeah,
okay, well, say, with the county running, well, they're already paying and funding everything except for the actual, I guess, day-to-day operations of the FBO. And without getting into the exact numbers, because I don't have all of those in front of me, I apologize, I don't have those. But we're spending enough money in subsidizing to hire and probably save money as far as what we hand out. But if we have and keep the airport, it's not able to sustain itself by just with an FBO like you have Charlotte, Fayetteville, Raleigh. They have airport authorities, and in Johnson County, all of those. But Johnson County, I mean, you don't have to drive far to see what their airport does, and every one of them are ran, Dupin County, Bladen County, are ran by the counties. Well, the privatization is you hope that a private person could take it and make money without having to subsidize it. And my point is, we're already having to pay so much, you know, we could actually save money, I feel like, and be able to, with it being private, you can keep your fuel costs down low because to attract that, kind of like a loss leader with a grocery store or anything else that they do, you know, you keep your fuel prices low. You bring your traffic in, and when they stop, and they're gonna go to the place that they feel like they're most welcome, that they have the cheapest fuel, and that they can go out and get a good meal. And we're known, I mean, Harnett County can get all of that. With privatization, they're not able to do that. I mean, they have to raise the fuel prices to be able to pay for a lot of stuff, and it just makes the cost go up. So there's not attraction. Well, why do we want to stop in Harnett County? We can stop in Dupin County. Their prices are cheaper. You know, just kind of that same ball of wax. But people like to come here. Like Ms. McCoy said, and I feel like there's a lot of pluses without getting to some things that people and activities that are starting to kind of spur around the airport for educational purposes, that kind of things that being private allows you, ran by Harnett County versus private, being able to adapt, adjust, meet people, customers, potential clients coming in, that kind of stuff, and be able to use the airport as a drawing card when it's a privatization. I'm not saying that you couldn't do that, it just makes it harder. But at the end of the day, with it being private, the prices are not going to be able to be sustained low to be able to be known for that. And there's airports up and down the East Coast that are known for that. People stop, and then it's just that constant draw. I mean, other than liability, but every day, every one of us have liabilities. That's why all these commercials on the TV, you know, for lawyers. I mean, it's just a way of doing business. But I don't see this is it's really a funny position that we're in because, and I don't mean funny, but just situational because we're paying so much. If I gave you $150,000 and gave you the facilities and said, I want you to make checkers, and your clients are going to come in, you can charge them what you want. Whatever you make above that, you get to keep. I mean, would you take the business? I mean, you just have to hire and manage, and you're guaranteed right out of the gate $140,000, $150,000 without anything else. You don't have to worry about paying for grass cutting, paying for fuel truck upkeep, anything. All you had to do is just go in there, open the doors, manage the people that's working for you, which is probably 1 full-time and 3 part-times.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
Yes, sir,
ask,
Mr. President. Commissioner.
I'd like to ask Mr. Appel to come forward and address the liability issue, where we're at and what we'll have to do moving forward if we were to go with the county taking over the airport.
Thank you, Mr. Witherspoon. Before Mr. Appel comes, are there any other questions or comments for Mr. Milton? Mr. Milton, we appreciate you being here today and appreciate you sharing your thoughts. Mr. Appel, I know we have, don't mean to catch you off guard, put you in the spot, but I know we have asked these questions specifically about liability before, so I know you've looked into that. So at Commissioner Witherspoon's request, could you share a little information on that?
Right, so we already have insurance coverage out there for the general, airport out there, since, it's our land and so on, our apron space. So we have liability coverage. The only thing we have to add is what's called hangar's keeper coverage. That covers product, like the fueling, product liability, the fueling operations. And I believe Barry already got a quote, it'd be about $10,000 a year to add that additional coverage. So, yes, while it adds some liability, as Mr. Milton already pointed out, we already have insurance, we already have liability out there. It's just by taking it over, you add the liability, obviously, of if we're going to be doing the fueling ourselves, that's on us, but that's what the hangar's keepers coverage will do. Again, around the $10,000 mark, that's what that will do.
Any other questions for Mr. Appel about liability or anything else regarding the airport?
I have a comment that I'd like to make.
Yes, sir, Mr. Nichols.
I really feel like today is the day that we're finally getting down to treating this county as a business instead of just using humans that we have as like they're on a tax farm to pay for everything. I see this as being a great opportunity, kind of as a driving force, or at least a wheel on that vehicle to put us in motion on where we want to take this county. It's going to give us a chance to spotlight, highlight, billboard, advertise our county, really be able to sell and market us. So I personally believe that it's something that we should take over and consider ourselves.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Any other comments from Mr. Appel before he has a seat or questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Appel. Thank you. Okay, so anyone else want to, Mr. Blevins, Mr. Price, anybody else have anything you'd like to add this morning? I'm assuming that's why y'all are with us.
Well, I appreciate Mr. Appel talking about the insurance. So there is insurance we already have out there, which is it's a general liability. We've been paying for it for as long as I've been there. And the additional, like you said, is the hangers keepers and also the product liability, which is kind of two separate. But the quotes I've gotten are, I was really surprised, are not that much higher. So about $10,000 to $11,000 per year. We're paying $7,500 now. So that was interesting on that.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Price?
Just one comment, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I thank Mr. Milton for his insight and for y'all's hard work in making this decision. As he mentioned, economic development is at the top of the list, and as you're aware, that we have already done the plans for a new terminal. So we're also looking at putting new lighting out there, the apron expansion, but inside the new terminal will be the economic development office. So those wheels are turning. So I appreciate that, and thank you for all that you do as far as making this decision.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that Harnett County take over operation of the airport upon the expiration of the agreement with Warren Aviation, which I believe to be June the 15th, 17th.
Okay, we have well, first of all, thank you, Mr. Price. Appreciate those comments. Have a motion from Commissioner Witherspoon that at the ending of the current contract with Warren Investments, June 17th, that the county take over management of the airport. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this topic? Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, folks, for your insight this morning. Okay, that brings us to, of course, we struck items, or pulled items 9 and 10 for this morning, so it brings us to the next item on the agenda, which will be presentation of the budget message and proposed budget for 21-22. Ms. Stewart?
Yes, this is Paula Stewart. Good morning. I come before you today to present the fiscal year 21-22 general fund budget of just over $130 million. The entire recommended budget packet will be available on our website and also will be available after the meeting. And also, it will include the 2 enterprise funds that we have, which are not paid by tax revenue: Harnett Regional Water with a budget of $37.8 million and Solid Waste with a budget of $6.7 million. I would like to start by thanking our budget team, department heads, staff, outside partners, and others for their assistance in providing the necessary data and meeting our deadlines. COVID-19, the worst global pandemic in at least 100 years, has affected county government and our residents in profound and unpredictable ways, just as it has turned the world upside down. Tragically, many Harnett residents have lost their lives to the virus, and we are approaching 10% of the county's total population who have tested positive for the virus. We offer our heartfelt condolences to those who have lost loved ones and suffered during this last year. While our struggles do not compare with that of some of our residents, understanding the effects of the virus and how they may or may not continue has made budgeting for fiscal year 22 uniquely challenging. Certainly, conditions are much more favorable than last year. 3 approved vaccines all but promise some return to normalcy during fiscal year 22. According to John Rouse, our public health director, 20% of the county's population has had at least 1 vaccination, and 17.8% have been fully vaccinated. We offer our enormous appreciation to the Health Department, Harnett County Emergency Services, other local agencies, and all the employees and volunteers who have assisted with getting our residents vaccinated. Aid from the federal government in the form of 2 rounds of relief programs, the most recent and largest approved in March 2021, has provided and will continue to provide financial assistance for the many changes we have had to make to continue to provide services in a safe manner. At this time last year, economists were predicting a catastrophic decline in the national economy. Being fiscally prudent, we reduced our revenue projections and made cuts across county departments, sparing only education, culture, recreation, and public safety from major reductions. Fortunately, those dire predictions did not materialize. In some cases, the opposite occurred. Some county revenues increased dramatically during fiscal year 21 in ways that were unforeseeable when the budget was developed last year. The most surprising increases were in locally collected sales tax and revenues resulting from development. Harnett County's locally collected sales tax receipts are 23% above fiscal year 20, while other NC urban counties experienced a decline in this revenue. Statewide, receipts are up about 12.5%. Total sales tax is expected to be $8 million over budget in fiscal year 21. As best we can determine, the reason is county residents shifted spending to local businesses that provided basic necessities such as grocery stores and to online purchasing. Predicting whether people will continue these shopping patterns is, to a degree, a guess. We have assumed that pattern of behavior, but it is one of the biggest unknowns about this budget. Reminding residents to shop locally or have items delivered will be a key message for the county in the coming year. Building inspection revenues are up 61% over last year, and Register of Deeds excise taxes, which are paid when property is sold, is up 38%. Simply put, development in the southern and northwest parts of the county continued unabated through the pandemic. Roughly 1,000 homes were constructed and added to the tax base during the past year. Unfortunately, the impact of the tax base was not as significant because the county continues to see building of homes that do not pay for the services that are required. The tax base increased $216 million, or $1.5 million additional tax revenue. Even though most of this is good news, the pandemic affected other revenues negatively. Departmental service charges are down 15% across the board. One of the most significant declines in revenue occurred in our emergency medical services. In the early months of the pandemic, the number of calls, particularly for non-emergency transports, declined nearly 50%. Another decline occurred when the Board of Education requested that the county forego lottery proceeds for the next 5 years in exchange for the ability to receive a state grant to help fund the new Northwest Harnett Elementary School. This left a $1 million deficit to be filled, which will also recur for the next 4 years. Taking these reductions into account, our overall growth in revenues was only 2%. About half of this revenue growth is going to Harnett County schools. The recommended funding for fiscal year '22 does the following. Number one, holds Harnett County Schools harmless in current expense funding despite the loss of 891 students. Harnett County funds the school system on a per-student basis through a formula approved by the Board of Commissioners. The funding formula would have resulted in a loss of $428,858. Number two, the budget provides funding for 1,216 charter school students, an increase of 655 over last year, which Harnett County Schools must share on a per-student basis. Number three, holds Harnett County Schools harmless in capital outlay funding. It remains at the fiscal year '21 level despite the loss of more than $1 million in lottery funds and the reduction in the number of students. And number four, we are proposing to increase funding for maintenance by $1,441,415 in accordance with the approved fiscal year '22 through '28 capital improvements program. The fact that we cannot do more for schools reflects the unsustainable nature of the county's growth. Residential development generally does not pay for itself, and the type of residential development Harnett County is experiencing certainly does not. Our ability to keep up with growing demands for service has actually declined during the recovery from the Great Recession. Our property tax revenue per person is just $495 compared with an average of $763 per person in counties our size. This really illustrates the funding challenges we face. When you look at total revenues per capita, the average for our population group is $1,362, while our average revenue per capita is $1,132. Simply put, Harnett County has $230 less per person to provide services. In this budget, we are recommending an increased funding for economic development to help increase the county's industrial and commercial tax base relative to the residential tax base. A strategic planning initiative called Strong Roots, Smart Growth, a strategic plan for cultivating economic development in Harnett County, is now underway to address the best ways to achieve this. For Central Carolina Community College, we are recommending a small operating increase and budgeting a paving project for the main campus in capital outlay. We recommend maintaining parks and recreation funding for our 5 municipalities despite significant reductions in the number of program participants in this past year due to COVID. We have also included a $10,000 credit to reimburse each town for landfill fees incurred through June 30th, 2022. We've included a 3% across the board, a 3% increase across the board for our rescue squads. We're recommending increases in tax rates for 5 fire departments. Ben Haven is requesting a 1 cent increase. The department has increased costs because of growth and communications upgrades. The district has also partnered with our IT department to extend fiber network in that area. Benson is requesting a 2 cent tax increase. The main reason for the increase is to put full-time staff at the fire station on a 24/7 by 365 basis. Johnston County is also considering an increase in the district's rate. Coates is requesting a 2 cent increase. The fire chief has had serious recruitment issues because of low salaries and increased costs because of higher call volumes. The chief completed a detailed look at operations when he came on board. Cypress Point is requesting a 1 cent increase. The department has started running first responders for EMS in the county. The district has not received an increase in 11 years, and call volume is increasing as well. Godwin Falcon is requesting a 5 cent increase to make our rate, equal to what is charged in Cumberland County. Concerning personnel, in my opinion, we have not kept up with rewarding our county employees at the level they deserve. Many county employees faced dangerous and stressful conditions this past year and bravely continue to provide services to our residents. Some of our employees were exposed to COVID-19 during their work and had to be out for extended periods of time. This left some departments woefully understaffed. We all pulled together as a team, supported each other, and provided our residents with the critical services they needed. I could not be prouder of our employees, and I wish that we could adequately reward them for their hard work and sacrifices they made in this budget. We are requesting to continue the modest 1.5% performance pay plan increase that does not even come close to what our surrounding counties and towns are providing. We were also required by the state to increase the retirement contribution for all employees. Our medical insurance premiums increased 2.5%, but we avoided passing that cost on to employees. The county's last compensation study was done in 2016 and implemented in 2017. The last cost of living adjustment for employees was provided in January 2016. I'm very worried that because our pay has not kept up with surrounding counties and towns, we will see our best and brightest employees leave for other opportunities. We need to ensure pay and benefit competitiveness in the future. We spent a great deal of time projecting our revenues and expenses more closely for this budget. Departments were asked to justify any spending over fiscal year 21 budgeted amounts, and their requests were reviewed in detail by our budget team. We also continued breaking the budget into continuation and expansion funding. Continuation refers to the funding needed for ongoing operations, while expansion requests are for new programs and new positions. Over the past 2 years, we've spent much time and energy improving our capital improvements program process, or we call it the CIP, and the Board of Commissioners adopted this one in January. The improved process and early adoption meant we were able to focus our time this spring on the operating budget. We are pleased to be able to fund the fiscal year 22 CIP in large measure. Even without the challenges of a global pandemic, Harnett County faces future problems in keeping up with service demands. Our population has grown most rapidly in the unincorporated areas of the county where we do not have towns to provide services, even though new residents in these areas often expect these types of public amenities. Meanwhile, as we discussed at the retreat, our revenues are just not keeping up. When compared with other North Carolina counties, Harnett has much more residential development, which again requires more services and more funding. Our residential values are among the lowest in the state. We rank 95th out of 100 counties in property values per capita. The average new home built in the county barely pays enough in taxes to fund the cost of educating one student, let alone all the other county services that are required. We do not believe this situation is sustainable. The longest economic expansion in history has just ended, and we have not been able to make sufficient progress in increasing funding for schools or in keeping up with the market when it comes to paying our county employees. Funding for new initiatives in the CIP will also be difficult until we correct the structural problems with our revenues. This will require increasing economic development and improving residential property values. As my 25-year career with Harnett County government comes to an end, I would like to take this time to thank the past and present county employees for the excellent services they provide to our citizens and for the commitment they make to making Harnett County a wonderful place to live and work. I am proud and honored to have had the opportunity to serve as county manager for the past 3 years. I am also honored to have played a role in the planning, construction, and opening of the new Harnett County Resource Center and Library, which we are in today. This new facility was badly needed to accommodate increased demand for services, especially at the Harnett County Public Library and our Veteran Services Office. The building will serve as a hub that connects county employees and residents to resources that will improve their lives, and it goes a long way toward accomplishing the county's master plan of bringing all county departments to a single campus to provide a more efficient, high-quality level of service to our citizens. So, what happens now? We will have at least 2 work sessions in May to discuss the budget in greater detail. The public hearing on the budget is scheduled for Monday, May 17th at 6 p.m., and we hope to have the budget adopted in early June. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today, and I'd like to take a moment to thank all the mothers for their unconditional love and support, especially mine. Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. I do want to thank you, Ms. Pascal, Ms. McFadden, Ms. Honeycutt, and numerous others I know for your hard work in putting this budget together. It's obvious that it's an arduous task. It's obvious also that many hours were put into the development of this budget. I do appreciate your bringing back to our attention again what we all well know, in that we are struggling to be a bedroom county for surrounding counties. Over 60% of our population leaves daily to go into another county to work. Seeing the 20 plus, what'd you say, 27% increase in sales tax? What was it? Anyway, 20+% increase in sales tax, 23 in the past year, when so many of us were remote working and not leaving, a lot of people not leaving the county, shows, I think, gives us some indication of the sales tax revenue we are losing. Certainly if someone gets in their car and goes to Wake County to work and needs to stop to pick something up on the way home, a lot of times it's easier to stop on the way home because, as I well know, once I get home, I don't want to go anywhere else after a day's work. So I would just encourage our folks who do that to cross that county line before you stop to do your grocery shopping or whatever it may be, so that tax revenue can stay in Harnett County because we certainly desperately need it. And it also reinforces what Ms. McCoy and Mr. Milton said this morning about the urgent need for us to increase our business, commercial, revenue, or tax base, if you will, so that we can continue to provide services for our citizens that they expect and deserve. I guess it's back to you for your county manager report.
I don't have anything else to report at this time. It's been all budget all the time for the
I'm
past few
sure.
months. So, but the DSS monthly report is in your packet.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Any questions for Ms. Stewart or comments?
I have one question.
Ms. McCoy?
I believe you stated that the building inspection has gone up 60%.
Our building inspection fees, which means there's a lot of development. It's the fees that are paid when someone has the inspections done on the new home construction.
Okay,
They're up
just wanted-
61%, that's correct.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I had that right. And let me say while I'm talking.
Yes, ma'am.
I have really thoroughly enjoyed working with you in the last 3 years. It seems a longer period of time. I think you've done a real great job in providing the information that we as the county commissioners needed to make the decisions that we made for this county. So I wish you well, and I know that God is going to bless you, because the time that you were here, your mission was to make this county better. And I see that every day. Even with this facility, even though I know we got a lot of grief for it, but you as well as the other commissioners and I, seeing that the citizens of Harnett County have outgrown the library. And that library is a major institution for a lot of our employees in this county, a lot of our citizens, and we just need it. And it was the best decision. I feel it was the best decision that we've ever made. So I want to thank you. I remember when you were hired that day, you asked us, what is it that you all want me to provide to you all for this county? What is it you want me to do? And that is a true statement. And I can truly say that you provide all that we asked you to do. Thank you. Thank you for your service, and you're going to do well.
I appreciate
God
that.
bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCoy. Anyone else have any comments you'd like to make at this time?
Yeah, Paul, I'd like to say thank you to your service. You've done well for Harnett County. And Harnett County ought to be proud of your accomplishments, and I've enjoyed working with you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Same to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Anyone else? Okay, so that brings us to new business. Any new business to come before this board this morning? Hearing none, I believe we have a need to go into closed session.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I move that the board go into closed session for the following purposes. Consultation with the county's legal counsel in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege concerning the handling of certain claims in litigation, including the following case: estate of John David Livingston II and others versus Cahagas and others, U.S. District Court, Eastern District of North Carolina, Western Division, file number 5, CV-00906-B0, and 2, to discuss certain personnel matters, and 3, to discuss certain economic development matters. This motion is made pursuant to North Carolina General Statute, Section 143-318.11A3, 6, and 4.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Witherspoon. Second, Commissioner Nickel. Thank you. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, motion carries. We'll move to closed session. Any further business come before this board?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to adjourn.
We just need a motion, I guess we're gonna recess to,
Excuse me,
we're just gonna recess
yeah,
to a joint session with Board of Education, downstairs in the training room, I believe.
I amend my motion that we, go into recess.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Westbrook. Commissioner Dixon, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And Chairman, when the food gets here, I don't know if you want to just, we're gonna have a working lunch, so we'll eat while the presenters are presenting. So I guess when it gets here, we'll just get Chandler, we need to make a motion to you so that you can tell everybody, we'll just take a quick break to get our food. We'll go in the kitchen, grab it, and come back in.
We'll look it up here.
No, it's downstairs. It is.
To the joint meeting of the Harnett County Board of Commissioners and Harnett County Board of Education. And Chairman Jagger's been giving me a hard time about being late. I told him it was not me, it's the other commissioners being long-winded this morning, so threw y'all under the bus, just to let you know that. But at any rate, we have recessed the commissioner meeting. I will call that meeting back into order. Chairman Jaggers, would you like to call your board to order?
Yes, sir. Again, we're glad we could come and meet with y'all this morning. We'd like to call the Harnett County School Board May 3rd combined meeting with the county commissioners to order at this time. And Mr. Godfrey, will you do our invocation, please, sir?
Yes, sir. I'd be more than happy to. All join me that will to pray. Our kind, gracious Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you so much for this beautiful day. We thank you for being able to gather here, dear Lord, to get the work of Harnett County done, dear Lord, the things that need to be done. Father God, we pray that you would be with us, Lord, as we make decisions and as we talk with one another, Lord, that, Father God, we would love one another and that we would let that love show, Heavenly Father, in the things that we do and the things that we say. Lord, we thank you for your Son, Jesus, most of all, the greatest gift that's ever been or ever will be. God, direct and keep us safe through the remaining day, Lord, for it's in Jesus' name we pray and for his sake. Amen.
Amen. Mr. Powell, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, sir. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Godfrey. And Mr. Powell, appreciate you having the invocation and the pledge for us. I believe next thing on the agenda would be Dr. Fleming and the presentation of the Harnett County Schools 2022 budget request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to each board member in here today, and to all the staff and guests. Thank you for allowing me just a few moments to go over the Harnett County Board of Education's local funding request. Just so everyone knows the process, the superintendent creates a draft of the budget, presents it to the board as the superintendent's budget, and then once the board adopts it, amends it, and adopts it, it becomes the request from the board to the Board of Commissioners. And I will again briefly go over this with you. You do have the budget in front of you, and then we've got it on the screen here as well. The continuation budget is $24.7 million. This is the local current expense that the school district receives every year. This does not include capital, but this is local current expense funds used to operate the school district, the local portion of the school district's budget, which is close to $200 million a year. And that, of course, includes local and state dollars as well. Because of COVID-19 and the fortunate, or as a fortunate recipient of COVID relief funds, just like the county, we did slim down our expense expansion this year because we were able to use some COVID money in some of the areas of technology, instruction, and in staffing, and so that did reduce some of our expense, or our request, at least for this year, and possibly even the next. But you'll see two on the current expense line. You'll see two requests. The first one is to increase the base allotment to cover charter schools. As you know, when students go from public school to a charter school, the dollar amount does follow that student. Originally, we were not receiving those funds for that particular student. So when that $1,200 to $1,500 moves with the student from local funds, it actually was almost double that, because we had to move those funds with the student, but also we were really double hit, I guess you could say, because we didn't have the original base to pay the student. So within the last couple of years, commissioners, we appreciate that. You have allowed us the additional funds every year as those students move back and forth. The second item on there, which has a lot of sub expenses under that is for the certified supplement increase and classified salary increase. On the certified side, it's been my goal since becoming superintendent in Harnett County to get our certified supplement up to at least 10%, hopefully more. We're somewhere, we're staggered, we don't have a set amount, but we're somewhere in the 7 to 8% range. We really would like to get to that 10, which would take a few $1,000,000. What you see represented here of 623,000 of the 2.3 you see would work on that goal. That's just a partial increase that doesn't get us to 10%, but hopefully would get an extra percent or so for us. We are also asking for salary adjustments for classified staff at $970,000. That again goes back to our salary study we did back in 2017, 2018. We still have not had the opportunity to fund those salary increases for our classified staff. 600,000 of that number are for classified bonuses, or originally we were hoping to have just been giving a standard $500 bonus out every year around Christmas time. That's 600,000 again, and then the balance of that's about $150,000, and that is for employer related expenses. As you may or may not know, the state of North Carolina has increased the retirement contribution rate, has also increased health insurance rates that we as the employer have to pay, and that's about $150,000 locally for our local paid employees that we are having to budget each year as well. When you add all that up, you get to the 2.344 million that you see on that second. Those are the only, I can't believe I'm saying that, but those are the only two, though it is a large amount, the only two current expense expansion items that we are requesting. I will pause for a moment before I get into capital outlay, which is not that price, but I will pause for just a moment if there are any questions on the current expense piece. We'll give the appropriate wait time. I'm not hearing any, so I will move into capital outlay.
Dr. Fleming.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to say something, please, sir. If the folks here that were here at the time remember, the last time our budget came up, I came before the county commissioner board and the county manager, and I explained to them how far behind our classified employees were. We did a salary study in 2018, 17 and 18, but so far no money has come our way to give these classified employees a pay raise. So my request fell on deaf ears, evidently. I know we have 3 new members of the County Commissioner Board, and I look forward to working with you folks. I feel like we can get a lot accomplished for the citizens and for the children of Harnett County. But our classified employees definitely need a pay raise. Some of them are working below the poverty level. A lot of them are working below the poverty level. And this COVID-19's been rough on them. You've got bus drivers that's had to do 2 and 3, 4 routes. Cafeteria workers that's had to go above and beyond. Custodial workers above and beyond. I mean, you can imagine what all they had to do and what responsibility was on them during this time. Now, I do know that the county employees had a salary study on them. I think it was 16 and 17 was when their study was done. Well, they got a pay raise. Pretty much as soon as the study was over with, they were granted a pay increase. And I may be wrong in saying this, but I understand that it may be another study coming up for a county employee pay increase. I'm not sure about that, but I hear that through. But I'm asking you folks to please, please, please consider.
With the door lock upgrades to complete that project, it's about $853,000. The thing to remember there, it's not so much the lock that's super expensive, it's the fact that in many cases we have to replace the whole storefront or the door and the door jamb and all that. And that's really where the cost is in this. That would allow for better locks that, again, operate off of an RFID tag badge like you see in most modern buildings. We do have, right now, we have one school that's completely RFID. That's Benhaven, of course. It's the newest school. As Irwin and Northwest Harnett come online, they will have them as well. The second, security cameras. I don't want to get too far in a public meeting talking about our security cameras, but I will say the new IP 4K cameras that we have been installing are amazing. You can see everything just like you can on your TV at home. It's very crystal clear. Some older cameras are not that clear. Again, just shy of $900,000 to complete our camera upgrade. And that also includes, again, the expensive part of that are the MDRs, which is the device recorder, or digital recorder, and servers and all in our schools to record all of the activity. But a major component of school safety. The final two you see on there are flashing school zone lights. I learned something this year. I learned that DOT does not pay for those. I did not realize that. I think they pay for the first one when the school's built, but it's our responsibility after that. We have several that are out, and it's about $23,000 to fix or repair them on there. And I did put a note, this is not funded by DOT, because if I was a member of the public, that's the first thing I would ask. And so we do have those great items there under our school safety. And then finally, fire alarm system upgrades. We have several fire alarms in our schools that need upgrading. We took two that we believe need to be upgraded immediately. And that's Dunn Middle and Harnett Central Middle at $150,000 for addressable fire alarm. And it's my understanding the fire marshal would probably agree with that statement, that they need to be replaced. So that covers our school safety. The second item you'll see are our Tier 1 projects on our school facility needs list. I will not go over those right now because we have a separate section dedicated for those. And then finally, capital outlay, office and auxiliary service facility renovations. We know that we are going to need to expand some office space, possibly move some offices, and some work within our auxiliary service buildings. And so for minimal renovations, we are asking for $500,000 under facility maintenance. Everything else in facility maintenance, is my understanding, and I do want to thank Ms. Stewart for working with Mr. Steve Matthews and I. Everything else under facility maintenance, I believe, is under the CIP. And so we did not put those on here. Continuing into Category 2 equipment, you will see a lot of items. Again, being a member of the public, I may say, why in the world does a school district need all those? Well, first, we actually have most, if not all of those items right now. They are mostly replacement items. The reason why we need those is because we maintain thousands of acres of grass and yards around our schools, playgrounds and such, driveways and asphalt, everything, roofs. And also because our square footage in our building, somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 million to 1.5 million square feet. So we have a lot of floor we maintain as well. And so I think a lot of times people may say, well, why in the world do we need all that? We do maintain a small city. We operate the largest bus fleet, the largest restaurant chain, whatever you may say, in the county. So we do have a lot of moving parts, and it requires a lot of equipment. We do a lot of digging, a lot of mowing, having to run fiber, run network cable. It is a never-ending job. So we have about $147,000 there in either replacement or new equipment that we're asking for. And then finally, just like the equipment, Category 3, vehicles. It's a different category, but it's for replacement vehicles within our auxiliary services fleet, ranging from something as simple as an F-150 all the way up to a dump truck. So $261,000 request there. Again, we've got a lot of moving pieces, a lot of people, and we like to be able to respond to our schools as quickly as possible. And while we do update vehicles during the year as much as we can, I will tell you we have a lot of utility trucks with utility bodies on them that need replacing. And you can see many of them up and down the road during the day. So to finalize this out and take any other questions, our current expense expansion request is $2.8 million. When you add that into the capital outlay, which is, again, I didn't explain most of this, but we will in a little bit, which is about $146 million, you can see that, again, we are asking for a lot. They are all needs. There's no wants there. I believe we have done a better job, and I think we continue to do a better job every year in asking for absolutely what we've got to have that year. And again, a bulk of that would be on the facility needs list under our category 1, or our tier 1, I should say, that we'll get to in just a little bit. But we do appreciate all the support that the commissioners give the board and give Harnett County Schools. I can tell you I'm very proud to represent our 2,300 employees. This is Educator and Teacher Appreciation Week, and I know you appreciate them as well as much as we do. And again, thank you for listening to the needs of the school district, and I'm happy for both chairmen and members of both board to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Dr. Fleming. Any questions or comments for Dr. Fleming at this time?
I have a question. On the school zone signage?
Yes.
You said at various sites. How many sites do we have? And then how many total flashing signs do we have in the county? Is this just what needs replacing?
This is just replacing, I believe it's 3 or 4 schools, and I apologize. I know South Harnett's one, Lafayette is one. And Mr. Matthews may be able to wear another hat and tell us where the other ones are. I don't recall. Yeah, but this only buys about 4 signs, 4 or 5 signs. So, and it's not replacing all of them at those campuses. It's just whichever one's broke. I do know Lafayette's broke because I see it every day when I go home. The timer, I think, is broke in it. And it might be going right now for all we know, because it flashes at various times of the day. But we do get them from a vendor that is approved for DOT signs, because they have to be approved by the state. As far as how many schools, I couldn't give you how many schools, because some do and some don't, but I think it's primarily those that are on state and U.S. routes have to have the flashing signs. The back road schools, I don't believe, have to.
Thank you.
I think they all have to.
They all have to? Okay, I don't know that they all do. I will say that.
Identified as a school zone.
Yeah.
I have one more question on the next page over, under the capital outlay, category 2 equipment.
Yes.
How would you, I understand what you're saying, that all these are needs, but can you prioritize the needs from the most critical down to the least critical?
I can't at this moment, but I have folks that are able to. And I do want to share too, and I left this out, not necessarily relevant to your question, they've either been bid to determine the lowest price, or their state contract priced as well. But we can do that. We'll get you a prioritized list.
Any other questions, Dr. Fleming? Okay, hearing none, thank you, Dr. Fleming. We appreciate
Thank you.
Appreciate that presentation. And let me, I failed to say at the beginning, but sometime in the upcoming few minutes, we will be signaled that lunch has arrived, because part of this meeting is going to be a working lunch. So we will take a quick break and pick up lunch when when they give me the signal, so I'll just share that so nobody will be surprised when we get there. Next up, we have redistricting after the 2020 census. Mr. Mitchell, Tharrington Smith. Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah?
That'd be great. I don't know. Where's ours?
I'll do that. That's fine.
Okay.
Not-
You're asking me technology questions.
Do you
That's
have
not a
the,
good thing.
do you have the lapel mic?
I do not.
Okay. Oh, which one?
Do I need a mic?
Oh, there's one right there.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone, or good morning, almost lunchtime. My name is Adam Mitchell. I'm a lawyer at Tharrington Smith in Raleigh. And 9 out of every 10 years, my work is almost exclusively representing public school boards. One of my colleagues in particular does a good amount of work for you all down here in Harnett County. But 1 out of every 10 years, I change or at least add a different role, which is to assist local government entities with the redistricting process. And I did serve as the redistricting consultant to both of your boards 10 years ago. And I'm curious, by a show of hands, how many of you all were on your board 10 years ago? No. Ms. Bennett, I remember you. Good to see you. All right. Well, mostly new faces. Our original plan was for my colleague Blake Esselstyn, who's a professional demographer out of Asheville. He was going to remote in to the presentation. He can do some real cool things with maps and the like, but with your new facility, we couldn't quite get comfortable with the technology, and we didn't want to waste time with technical glitches. So it's just going to be me. So like I said, I'm a lawyer at Tharrington Smith, and this decade, we're doing things a little bit differently than we did a decade ago. My firm and a couple of other firms in North Carolina have created a partnership with Blake, so a group of lawyers and a professional demographer. And the idea is that for each jurisdiction who wishes to work with us, you'll be assigned one lawyer and Blake together, and we will help you throughout the redistricting process. It's a real big advantage, in my opinion. My expertise is in the law, not mapping and demographics. I got good enough 10 years ago to do it, but having someone who's state-of-the-art and trained and does it all the time, I think will really add a nice factor to the redistricting process. The one thing that is important to us at the local government redistricting service is that we want this to be a fair, open, transparent, and nonpartisan process. So we will take you from start to beginning, but we are not able to use partisan data for the redistricting process. There's lots of other data that we can look at, but that's one stipulation that we do make. So redistricting applies to jurisdictions that use true electoral districts. And what that means is that you have to live in the district, and only voters of that particular district elect the representatives. There's also at-large systems. There's something called residency districts. But redistricting applies to true electoral districts, which both of your boards have. So you are subject to redistricting. The main legal principle that governs redistricting, it's a simple one. It's called one person, one vote. And what that means is that as much as possible, each of your constituents should have equal voting strength. And if you can imagine, when populations of districts get out of balance, some people's vote might be stronger than someone else's, because if you have a district with 1,000 citizens and a district with 5,000 citizens, the relative weight or strength of the individual that lives in that smaller district is going to be stronger than the one in the larger district. And so the whole point of redistricting is that when the census data comes out, and we'll talk about that because that's its own story. When it comes out, we look at your current districts, we overlay the census data with your current districts, and we create a very simple chart which shows how your current districts, how they compare to the ideal population of each district. They may be very close to the ideal, they may be above, they may be below. With local governments, you don't have to have perfection in redistricting. With Congress and state legislative districts, you essentially have to be as close to perfect as possible. You can't have more than a one-person deviation. But with local governments, the courts are a little bit more flexible. You get a range of plus or minus 5%. So your smallest district can be no more than 5% below the ideal population, and the same for your largest district. So we have a little bit more flexibility. So what we'll do when the census data comes out, we'll do that analysis, and we will determine, do you need to redistrict? Now the answer is almost certainly yes. I've never had a jurisdiction that did not have to redistrict, and I know your county is growing. My assumption is that it's not growing equally. It just tends to be the case. And so we're going to have some work to do to rebalance our districts. Now, each of your boards has the legal authority to go through the redistricting process, to adopt the necessary resolutions, to send the data and the maps to the Board of Elections. And so there's no outside entity. You are the entities that will conduct the redistricting. If you wish for us to help, we're here for you. That's our job. But it's your work to undergo redistricting. I want to talk a second about doing it together, because my understanding is that that was the historical practice. We had a little hiccup 10 years ago. Basically what happened is we started together with the intention of finishing together, and towards the end of the process, the school board became concerned about the representation of the schools in the various districts. There was a desire to have at least some equal representation or spread of the schools amongst the district. Not a legal requirement, but a very understandable one that is common. And we tried to create a compromise plan that both boards could live with. And at the end of the day, the commissioners adopted one plan. The school board adopted a different plan. It was not, at least in my recollection, acrimonious. It's just what happened. And it was, again, far along in the process that we got to that point of time. We are happy to start again with the goal of going through the process together. I think it's a good goal. I think the main benefit of it is that it reduces voter confusion, so that voters know that they're going to be electing a school board member and a county commissioner in District 1 and so on, as opposed to having overlapping jurisdictions. The Board of Elections loves it when jurisdictions are able to adopt the same districts. It really makes things easier on their end. And so what I have been told is that the desire is to do that again. And that's certainly something that I support and that I think is doable. And we can certainly come at it with the knowledge of what happened last time and think about ways to make sure we stay on the same page and get all the way through the process. I mentioned before, openness is important to us. There's nothing about redistricting that can happen in closed session, so it's going to be a process that happens in the open just by the normal course of business and by the law. So timing, that's kind of the elephant in the room. The census data that's needed for redistricting is called the block level data. We should have it already based on past practice and history, and we don't. And what the Census Bureau is saying is that the earliest we will get it is September 30th. So, school board, you should be okay. We should be able to get the data, go through the redistricting process just in the normal course of business, and you should have your new districts lined up and ready to go before the fall of 2022. Commissioners, it's a little bit more complicated. 2 reasons. The main reason is that there's a statute, the statute that governs county commissioners and redistricting, says that the districts must be adopted no more than 150 days before the primary election. Primary election is in March. You subtract 150 days, you get to about October 9th, which is about 10 days after the data is going to come out. So there's going to be no way to get through the redistricting process if there are no changes in the current law. Now, I think there was an expectation and a hope that the General Assembly was going to step in and take action and give relief statewide. And I don't have any true inside information, but there's been reporting that the legislative leadership has basically said, no, we're not going to do that. We think that folks can figure it out. So that's going to be tough. Even if the 150, so one thing that the General Assembly could do is that they could suspend that 150 day rule. Well, we still would be pretty tight because the filing period opens in early December, so that would give us about a 2-month window, maybe, but it would still it would still be tight, to say the least. Excuse me. So I think everybody's hoping for relief from the General Assembly. Not sure if we'll get it. Local legislation is a theoretical option. The deadline for local legislation has passed, but my understanding is that some legislators file blank bills, essentially placeholder bills that can then be filled in order to enact local legislation. So that is an option as well. And local legislation could postpone the election for some period of time, give other relief to enable us to get through the process. Or I would say that if nothing else happens, if there's no relief from anywhere, then we will probably have the districts in place and adopted well before the November election. But because of these various deadlines and timelines, the commissioners may need to use the old districts for this one election, which is by no means a great result. I'm not particularly happy about it, and I'm a little confused why there's not some relief at the state level, but that is out of my control. So I want to talk for a minute about the Voting Rights Act, and then I will stop and take questions. So the Voting Rights Act, while it's been around a long time, has a couple of parts to it. It obviously, its main purpose is to prohibit discrimination based on race in voting. There used to be something called Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act that required what was called pre-clearance. So if a jurisdiction that was covered by Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act wanted to make any change related to voting, anything as small as moving a polling place, as big as a whole redistricting set of maps, they had to affirmatively go to the US Department of Justice and say, we are asking for your approval for this. And so in every redistricting cycle up until this one, we've had to go to the Department of Justice and say, will you pre-clear this? Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act was struck down by the United States Supreme Court in the last decade, a number of years ago. And so that requirement no longer exists. We do not need to get pre-clearance after we adopt our redistricting plan. Now, you all do have old voting rights litigation. And it was actually that litigation that changed you from an at-large system to an electoral district system. And that lawsuit was settled, and this was a common pattern across North Carolina. And the result of the settlement was the creation of one majority-minority district. When we got to the redistricting process 10 years ago, our goal and perspective was to try to maintain that majority-minority district to remain in compliance with the consent decree in that lawsuit. And I will be honest, we had a hard time doing it. We created what we considered to be the best plurality majority-minority district. So it was not over 50%, but it's still the largest block of voters in that district were African American. And what we did is that we went to the plaintiffs in the old litigation and had a conversation with them and asked essentially for their informal sign-off. If we use this District 1, will you object in court? And they said, no, we will not. So when we got to that point where the boards went in slightly different directions, we were very clear that both plans were going to use the same District 1 because we had already gotten this informal approval from the plaintiffs. After we completed the process, we sought preclearance, which we received. We also went to the federal court under the consent decree and asked the judge to approve the plan that we created, which he did. We also asked, and I'm glad we did this, we said, will you allow us in the future, if all we're going to do is redistrict, not changing anything else, we're just redrawing the lines based on the census, will you allow us to not have to come back every 10 years just for that purpose? And that was allowed. So if we have a straightforward redistricting process, we will probably, I should say, if I'm involved, I will probably use a similar strategy as last time where I work with the lawyers for the plaintiffs in the old voting rights litigation to try to get them on board with our majority-minority or plurality-minority district. And if they're on board, I think we will be okay and we won't have to take that additional step of going to federal court and saying to the judge, will you approve this plan? All right, I'm going to pause. That's what I wanted to cover substantively, and I will talk in a moment just about pricing and how we would structure our representation should you wish to work with us. So questions about the substance of what I shared or anything else related to redistricting? I know it was a lot. Yes, ma'am.
What I have concluded from what you said about the minority district is that we will keep it the same if we can.
So my goal would be to keep it as strong of a minority district as possible. Now, it's going to depend on the demographics. I think if we strayed from that, we might have exposure under the Voting Rights Act based on the consent decree that is in place.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
And I'm asking, so I'm new to this, I don't know exactly, but redrawing the district lines. You have a candidate that was elected for a 4-year term.
Yep.
The lines get redrawn. He's only 2 years in, or she's only 2 years in their time, and the line cuts their house out and puts it in another district. Mm-hmm. What happens to that candidate at that time?
Good question. So redistricting cannot end somebody's term. They would continue. Now, I will say that it is permissible, certainly not required, but it is permissible to use incumbency as a factor in the redistricting process. You can ask us to not, the informal term is double bunk, to sitting members of the same board in a district. I would refer to that as a policy judgment or a strategic judgment for the boards to make. But you can't be termed off because of redistricting.
All right, the second question I have is the districts. We have currently 5 districts. Are we at 5 districts because strictly of the number of the population in Harnett County, or is that that was established way back? Why would we not be 6, 7, or 8? Is what I'm asking.
No, that's a good question. So the way that this old wave of litigation occurred, most county commissions in particular, and it often started at the county level, were at large. And so you'd have, say, 5 commissioners who were elected at large. And as minority populations began to grow, if you had racially polarized voting, which means that voters of different races don't support the candidates of the other race, hopefully that's becoming less and less the case. But the point is that you could have a sizable minority or a sizable block of minority voters that under the at-large system would not be able to elect a candidate of their choice. And so this litigation, what happened in many places is that the settlement of the cases, if they didn't go all the way through trial, is that the commissioner said, okay, well, we'll switch to a district scheme. In your case, it was 5. So one of 2 things would need to, if you wanted to change the size, you would need to do one of 2 things. You would either need to go to court, or you would need to ask the General Assembly for local legislation to change the size. That would be in their purview. You all don't have the authority to change the size of your boards, but there are ways to do it. And that's not part of the normal redistricting process, but if that's something that folks wanted help with, we could certainly talk about that. Yes, ma'am.
I'm thinking that you're saying that we don't have the right to change the size. But with the population growth that we have gained in the last 10 years, how would that be addressed? Because my understanding is, because I was with the county commission on a board and everything, but I remember the last redistricting, and they had to make some changes at the end before it was really agreed upon. There's so many, there's a number of registered voters in each district, but that number is going to increase. So that would not affect us as far as how many districts we're going to have?
It wouldn't. It's not like Congress where there's a certain number of members of the House of Representatives and there's a nationwide apportionment and each state is allocated a number of seats based on that. North Carolina just added a seat because of that process. For local entities, the size is fixed either by local legislation or by a court, more commonly local legislation, and then the more people you get, the more people you represent is really is the outcome. And then again, our job, our collective job every 10 years is to make sure that the districts are about as close in size as possible.
This would be an example of Wake County. I'll just pick that county because they only have 5. Is that right, or is it 7?
So they have 7 commissioners, 9 school board members.
Okay. So they have 9 school board members. Not school board, I was talking about county commission.
So they have 7 commissioners that are elected in residency districts, which means that they have to live in the districts, but they're voted on countywide, which is so that's a slightly different system. Technically, residency districts they don't have the same legal obligation because everybody's voting for all the candidates.
Is there a limit to how many commissioners, Board of Education members you can have?
Not that I'm aware of. I know a number of school boards that are 9 Pitt County may be 11, but don't quote me on that. I'm not sure. That would be the largest. Most of my work is with school board, so I'm not as familiar with commissioners, but I know Wake has 7.
So it really doesn't make any difference about the size, it's just that you're representing more people in that district.
Exactly. Now, again, I'm not discouraging you all from seeking to increase your size. It's just, it's not a part of the redistricting process. We could theoretically have as many people come in and we would do the same thing, which is balance it out. That's what we're doing.
I think that's what we did last time.
Yeah.
We didn't increase.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And just for clarification purposes, okay, prior to the litigation that took place several years ago, the entire county, in other words, both the Board of Commissioners and the school board, they were both elected countywide at large?
So I know that's the case for the commission. I believe so, and I can look back. I'm certain that that was the case for the commissioners. I'm not 100% certain that it was for the school board, but we're talking 30 years,
Yes,
but
sir.
not
I realize
recent.
it's been some while back.
And again, we've had to go to the court to say, will you approve this? Will you approve this? And we've gotten relief to not have to do this this time.
Okay, thank you.
Any other substantive questions? So just as far, and if you think of any, we can pause again in just a minute. We piloted this last time, and I have to say I thought it was fantastically successful, which is that we like to do this on a flat fee basis. Most lawyers bill by the hour. Most of the time I bill by the hour. But for this in particular, what we like to say is this is what it's going to cost, and this is what it is going to entail and is going to include. And there's certain exceptions if certain things happen, then there may be additional costs. But we are proposing that to work jointly with the two boards, the flat fee would be $20,000. Now, I will, just to be fully transparent, our standard fee for a single jurisdiction is $17,500. The reason why we're asking for slightly more, it's not the sole fact that you all are working together. It's the fact that we're starting at 2 different places, so we have to do a little bit more work on the front end to get us all to the same spot, and so that's what that slight additional charge represents. You would get 3 visits from a lawyer, can be me or anyone on our team. This does not count. This is really just an initial conversation to introduce ourselves. 2 visits from Blake, our demographer, unlimited phone and email support with your lawyer. We would create up to 3 alternative plans based on the criteria that you adopted and that you asked us to work with. And so once we got started, we'd come back with a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C, and those would be starting points for our conversation. We would prepare all of the resolutions. We'd help with public hearings. We'd help export your plans and maps to the Board of Elections and anyone else that needs to receive it. And it's really meant to be A to Z. We'll work with you the whole way there for that flat fee. Again, if you want additional plans or additional trips, there are extra charges for that. And we have in our proposal that if you decide during the process to go your separate ways, which I hope will not be the case, we have a proposed price for that, which would be $15,000 for each board, which is less than the regular amount. So I'll pause again. That's all I wanted to cover, both the substance and then pricing and our model at the Local Government Redistricting Service. And if you have any other questions or concerns, please let me know.
Any other questions? I don't hear any more. Adam, thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe Mr. Hughes is running a little late. Lindsay just went to check on the food for us. If it happens to be ready, this would be a good good time for us to break for that. If not, we'll just adjust the agenda a little bit. Going forward. Dr. Fleming, you want to go ahead and do the school, well, here she is, let me see what she says. We good, yeah, okay. Sort of. We good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what, you want to give us instructions?
Go out this door, Lindsay, then back in this door.
I don't know how y'all doing to go like that. Y'all on the phone, y'all.
Just know you get lead away.
Well, if I can go over the future schools, if Tom doesn't have anything with it, and then, I can do, then we can do S or whatever, yeah.
volunteer to go ahead and jump up in the order, so to speak, and give his presentation. Tells me he probably doesn't want to listen to the rest of the stuff we're gonna be talking about.
I'll be here. I'll be here.
But go ahead, Mitch, thank you.
Okay, great. Well, Mr. Chair, thank you for having me. Again, Mitch Pergulio with Davenport & Company. We serve as the county's financial advisor, and I know regular presenters here at y'all's retreat. And gonna kind of, as we've done in the past, gonna give you all a financial update on the county's recent performance through fiscal year 2020 and revisit the capital funding plan that you all have implemented and see where that stands both currently and then with the planned GO school bonds for this summer. So just so you know what's in here, and there's page numbers in the bottom right corner. Some of these charts are going to get a little small. I'm sure some of y'all may remember. The charts will get a little small, so you do have a hard copy in front of you to the extent that's helpful. But I'll try and reference the page numbers as we go. And in the back of the book are things that I'm not going to walk through today, but I think it's good information so you know what's there. There's the county's existing tax-supported debt, public utilities debt, and solid waste debt, so all the details by individual loan. The county's current financial policies are in Appendix D, and then the most recent rating reports from Moody's and Standard & Poor's are in Appendix E in the back of the book. Not going to cover those today, but do want you to know it's there. So we're going to start out with a quick refresher on the county's credit rating. And you know, like ourselves in our personal finance, when we go to get a mortgage or a car loan, we get a credit score. Well, the national credit rating agencies are essentially a credit score for the county. They are going to determine ultimately the interest rates at which the county pays on the bonds when they go to issue the bonds. So for our GO school bonds coming this summer, we are scheduled to speak with the rating agencies. They will update our credit ratings, and those will be a big part of marketing or selling the general obligation bonds. The county has a very good credit rating, AA2 from Moody's and Standard & Poor's. From Moody's, and AA- from Standard & Poor's. Those are both in the AA credit rating category, which is the second highest category you can be in. AAA, let's see if I've got a thing here. Yep, AAA is the highest of the credit ratings that a municipality can have. And then you get into the AA category. For Moody's, it's AA1, AA2, AA3. For S&P, it's AA+, AA, and AA-. And you all, again, are in that category of the AA that's served you well in past bond issuances and certainly is going to give you good access to the credit markets going forward. On the right-hand side of the page, we've just pulled out some observations from both Moody's and Standard & Poor's reports. Again, full reports are in the back of the presentation. But a couple of highlights. Moody's does a nice job in particular about laying out strengths and challenges and potential to go up or down with their rating. And essentially, it's two challenges that they've identified for the county. The first is economy. That's something that they look at. Their big factor there is median family income as a percent of the U.S. median family income. And so hard to move that needle yourselves. Not a whole lot that you can do as part of this budget process to move that needle. You can put policies in place for economic development, encourage economic development, which you all have done and done a nice job over recent years. But nothing you can do as part of this budget process to directly influence that. The upcoming census data hopefully will help. Hopefully that will show what we all have seen in the economic development in the area. But again, nothing you can do directly. The other thing that both mention is a relatively high debt burden compared to peers, which is not unsurprising for a growing county. As you grow, you have to invest in infrastructure, and that comes with a higher level of debt outstanding. On the plus side, they acknowledge the tax-based growth, healthy reserves, manageable fixed costs, and management policies and planning. All of those have been positives for the rating agencies. Okay, so you are set up very well with your credit rating to access the capital markets. You all had no issues and have been able to access the markets at good interest rate levels. On the general fund balance side of things, and this is an important part of the rating process, on the general fund balance side of things, you all have a fund balance policy to maintain a minimum unassigned fund balance of at least 15% with a target of 20%. And unassigned fund balance is the free and clear fund balance at the end of the day. That is what you can tap in case of an emergency. It's what you can spend in case of an opportunity. It's not already committed or reserved to be spent on any other items. And you can see the graph is probably easiest to see if you're looking at the screen. The dark green line is your unassigned fund balance. And you all have been just above that, that target policy level of 20%. You've been hovering right around the 25% range. So doing a really nice job on the unassigned fund balance. You will note that in 2020, there was a nice step up in total fund balance. The county did add to fund balance in fiscal year 2020. But part of that step up was an accounting change as well that pulled in some debt service funds that you all have set aside as part of the funding plan. Due to an accounting change, those get reported in the general fund now. So it is a combination of adding to fund balance, but also accounting that drives that total fund balance up a little bit. We do have in the bottom right corner, I want to introduce this because we're going to look at this a few different times on the debt side of things. This is a peer comparative on the bottom right corner, and we're looking at unassigned fund balance as a percent of revenues. This data that we're using comes directly from Moody's Investor Service. We have a subscription to use their data, so this is the exact data that the rating analysts are looking at. And what we've shown you is how the county in the gold bar, how your unassigned fund balance as a percent of revenues, which is 22%, stacks up against other national AA rated counties in the light green and other North Carolina rated AA counties in the dark green. And what you see is you all, again, y'all are at roughly the 22% range. You stack up fairly well against all these policies. Slightly below the national medians, but generally right on top of the North Carolina AA2 median, which is where you're rated. So you're certainly not an outlier and not within a nice range of your rated peers, both in North Carolina and national. And please stop me with questions along the way. If you have any questions, I'd love to make this conversational. So don't hesitate to jump in and interrupt me. So do want to cover the county's tax-supported debt profile on page 8, bottom right corner, page 8. And what we've shown you is the total debt outstanding that is supported by the general fund. This is about $164.5 million of debt outstanding. Approximately $170.7 million of that is tied to schools. There's another $17 million tied to community college, and about $39.8 million of county-related debt. Mostly this campus that we're on, which is beautiful, by the way. This is my first time being here, and it really does look great. But that is what makes up most of the county debt outstanding. You can see all that the $164.5 million of principal pays through fiscal year 2041, so it's all paid off in approximately 20 years. And over that time frame, we're going to pay back $56.5 million of interest for a total debt service, or principal and interest. When we say debt service, it's combined principal and interest payments of about $221 million. Far right-hand column is one of the first key debt ratios we're going to look at. This is a ratio the county has a policy on. It's called the 10-year payout ratio. And it's a measure of the percentage of principal outstanding, so how much of the $164.5 million are you repaying over the first 10 years? And the county in fiscal year 21, that 10-year payout ratio is 66%. So you are paying back 66%, over half of the $160 million of debt will be repaid over the first 10 years. And there's a little more information on this on the left-hand side of page 9, but that's a very good payout ratio. It means that you're repaying your debt responsibly, you're repaying it back in a fairly quick fashion, which will allow you to have additional capacity to issue debt to fund additional projects in the future. So page 9 outlines for you all of the county's debt policies. The first being the 10-year payout ratio. We've talked about this a little bit, but the county does have a policy here of 50%. So not to go below 50% 10-year payout ratio, meaning you're going to repay at least half of your debt over the next 10 years at all times. It's a very good payout ratio level. And you can see how the county's payout ratio, that 66%, stacks up to those same medians that we talked about. National AA rated counties in light green, North Carolina rated counties in dark green. And you can see you're right there grouped in with the medians there. Maybe a little bit lower than the medians, but certainly not an outlier. In the middle, we have debt to assessed value. The county has a policy not to exceed 2.5%. And in fiscal year 21, you all were right at 1.86%. So below the policy, in compliance with your existing policy. When we look at the peer comparatives, a few things I'd point out. You can see the county in the gold bar is certainly on the higher end compared to the peers. Now, what I'd say is on the national basis, so these light green bars, you lose a little comparability here. Because on a national basis, there are states like South Carolina that have independent school boards, where the school boards, school districts have their own taxing rate, they issue their own debt, and they fund their own capital. The counties do not issue debt to fund school-related capital in places like South Carolina, Pennsylvania, and other states around the country. So you lose a little bit of comparability in terms of what counties are responsible for in issuing debt when you look at those national medians. But on the North Carolina basis, in the dark green, you can see we are still on the higher end of the North Carolina medians as well. But what we've done for you is we've shown you within the bars, we've shown you the range. Okay, so what we've graphed are the medians. Half of the data is higher, half of the data is lower. So in the dark green bars, you can see the range. And for your rating of AA2, the maximum debt to assessed value is 2.3%. So at 1.8%, you're higher than the median, but you're not the outlier. You're not the highest in the group. A little on the higher end, but you're not the highest, and you're below your policy. The last debt ratio we look at is debt service to expenditures on the far right-hand side of the page. This is debt as a percent of your annual budget, and you all in fiscal year 21 are projected to be around 11%. In fiscal year 22, your annual payment is going to step up. It's going to increase from $16 million to $19 million. That's because of the recent debt that's been issued for schools and county. All of that debt is coming online in fiscal year 22. So you see that steps up there to 12.75%. The county has a The county has a policy not to exceed 15% on debt service to expenditures. So you all are, again, still in compliance with this policy. And a similar story on the peer comparatives. A little on the higher end of the peers, but a lot closer on this ratio than we were on debt to assessed value. So taking all of that into consideration, comparing to your peers, comparing to your policies, we would say the county has debt capacity. It is reasonable for you all to consider some element of debt funding to fund future capital projects. That's the capacity side of things. There's another question that goes hand in hand is affordability. Do you have the cash flow available to pay future debt service? And so to start understanding that, we've modeled up on page 10 the county's existing debt affordability. And this is a plan that you all have done a very nice job of following. This dates back to pre-referendum when this plan was adopted, and staff and the boards have done a really good job of implementing this plan, which has allowed us to issue the debt that's been issued over the last several years. For a refresher on this, I know I look at this a lot more often than others do, so I'll walk through this quickly so everybody knows what we have in the plan. It's all done by fiscal year in column A. Columns B through H, so this first block here, B through H, those are what we call your debt service requirements or your capital funding requirements. And right now, we only have the existing debt. So county existing debt is in column B, school existing debt is in column C, and community college Red Rock debt service is in column D. And then we have placeholders for, in column E, the proposed school debt service for the upcoming GO bond referendum. We're going to drop that in here in a moment. We also have a placeholder for potential operating impact. We are focused on the capital budget side of things, so funding the capital projects, not the operating side. But there's two sides of a budget. There's the capital budget and the operating budget. And when we fund things on the capital budget side of things, oftentimes it can come with an impact on the operating budget. We have not factored that in at this point, but we want to acknowledge it and understand that there is the potential when you take on a new capital project that it could come with additional increased operating costs to operate a new facility, a net new facility. If you're replacing an old facility, there may come with operational savings from newer, what's the word I'm looking for? Fixtures that, newer lighting, newer plumbing, that may come with operational savings. So we have not factored any of that into our analysis. We are focused on the capital funding side of things. And then finally, column G is just a placeholder for school capital outlay. We understand that there is funding coming from the lottery funds for school capital outlay. You'll see here in a moment, we have not factored lottery funds into our analysis for the debt. So it takes us to columns I through N is the revenue available for debt service. And the first column, I, you can tie that over to column M as well. The combination of I and M are the county general fund budget contribution to debt service. It's a total of $11 million that has been set in place and has been funded every year for the last several years. And the plan is to continue that transfer of $11 million from the county general fund to the debt service fund every year moving forward. And Kimberly, please, if I misstate something, jump in. Column J is the lottery ADM funding. Again, not counting on any lottery funding to go towards debt service. That's being used as pay-as-you-go capital at this point. Columns K and L are sales tax. Column K is the restricted school sales tax, Article 40 and 42. Column L is the quarter-cent sales tax that was voted. Both of those are assumed to grow at 1.5% per year. I think we've seen higher growth than that in recent years, but as an economically sensitive revenue source for planning purposes, we want to hopefully err on the conservative side at 1.5%. Hopefully that remains a conservative estimate. If it comes in higher, those dollars fall to fund balance and can be used in the future. So we don't want to count too aggressively on the sales tax to fund annual obligations. And then column M, again, is combined with column I. That's QSCAB subsidy. That's a federal subsidy tied to a specific piece of debt we have outstanding. So those total revenues all total up in column N is in Nancy, and then column O is the annual surplus deficit, where we take the revenues in column N compared to the expenses in column H, and we see what dollars are available on an annual basis. Again, this surplus is positive every year based upon our existing debt. In a moment, we'll see how that changes when we layer in the planned GO bond issuance this July. Finally, final thing I'd point out over in column T, the debt service fund balance does have a beginning balance of $8.8 million in that fund balance. That ties back to the general fund balance page we looked at previously. All of this is now reported in the general fund. Pause there because I know that was a lot of information. So the next step here, this is the affordability side of things. And based upon column O and the debt service fund balance in column T, we would say the county has affordability to consider future capital projects like the upcoming GO bond issuance. The question is, does that fit within the plan? And that's where we're going to go next. So the GO referendum, there's $43 million of GOs left outstanding. It is scheduled to be sold on July 13th and will close on August 3rd. So August 3rd is when those dollars will be available. When resetting the schedule, folks may remember the schedule's been a little bit delayed. We've rescheduled our bond sale to accommodate the new schedule. We coordinated with Mr. Hughes on that. So hopefully his update today will tie into that timing of the July 13th bond sale. For the commissioners, we will be coming to your meeting on June 7th asking for your approval to sell those bonds. So that there's one approval required for the commissioners to approve the bond sale, which is currently scheduled to happen, come to you all on June 7th. So what we've done is we've assumed we're going to issue that entire $43 million on August 3rd. We are still running a conservative interest rate of 4.5%. That's conservative in today's market. Not to get too far into the details, but what we're seeing now is sub 2% interest rates on municipal bonds. A little bit of a nuance in the way we issue general obligation bonds, and that oftentimes we end up paying the average coupon as opposed to your effective interest rate. But the bottom line is what I'll tell you, 4.5% is a very conservative estimate based upon where we are in today's market. Hopefully we can improve upon that the closer we get to July 13th. But based upon that 4.5%, the $43 million would result in total debt service payback of about $64.2 million. We do revisit our debt ratios on page 13. And so you can see our 10-year payout ratio. We stay above our policy target. Above the line is better for the 10-year payout ratio. Debt to assessed value, so debt as a percentage of the tax base, stays below the policy of 2.5%. It does go above that 2% mark for about 2 years, but it stays below the 2.5% policy level at all times. And then debt service to expenditures does stay below the 15% policy. It is getting a little close to that 15% mark. So, but with just this proposed GO bond issuance, it does stay below the policy level. And it hovers right around your policy for a couple of years. And then starting in 25, you start to create some more capacity under that policy in the future. So, but what we can say is with this GO bond referendum, you would say in compliance, or excuse me, with this GO bond issuance, you stay in compliance with all of your policies. And then from an affordability perspective, what we've done is the exact same page we looked at before, but we've layered in column E. That is the estimated debt service at that 4.5% interest rate on the $43 million of remaining GO bonds. That's the only change to the expenditure side of things. No changes on the revenues. And what you see is that surplus deficit column, column O, has gone down. And in fact, for 2 years, in fiscal years 23 and 24, we are having to dip into the capital reserve fund balance. We do not have the annual revenues to cover annual debt service for those 2 years in fiscal 23 and 24. But you all have done a nice job of setting aside that debt service fund balance. You've got that to tap for a couple of years to carry the gap until you get back into a surplus scenario in fiscal year 2025. So with the planned GO bond issuance, it fits within your affordability plan at this point, and we are using the debt service fund balance for 2 years. So let me pause there. That's I think, the most relevant to both boards. I did want to, while I was here, maybe give a quick update on public utilities and solid waste fund for the commissioners, but I'll pause there and happy to answer any questions there may be on the general fund side of things. Yes, sir.
The two and a, these numbers are based on the 4.5%, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying current market now is, a lot of the market is below 2%. So you're talking about 2.5% there. How would it affect those 2 years that you have to go into the capital fund?
So it would improve those. If we get a lower interest rate than 4.5%, it'll pull those deficits down. I don't know. I can double check, see if it eliminates them completely. But the way the GO bonds are bid, I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but the way the GO bond process works, it's competitively bid. And so when it's bid out, underwriters will bid coupons and yields that they choose, and you may end up with a premium pricing structure, in which case, when you end up with a premium pricing, you get more money up front, but you pay a slightly higher interest rate. So for our purposes, we want to be conservative and use that 4.5% interest rate to account for any of those type of bidding scenarios. If you do end up with that premium pricing, that would allow for the funding of additional projects up front. So that's a bit of the trade-off. But that's the reason why we maintain that higher interest rate for the time being for GO bonds. Okay. So on the public utility side of things, just real quick, a couple points I'd make. Public utilities financial profile is very healthy. There's about $50 million, $44.6 million of debt outstanding at this point on the public utility side of things. But it is, from a financial perspective, it is producing a surplus at this time. It is self-supporting. It will not impact your general fund side of things. And in fact, from the financial profile, it's strengthened in recent years and will allow for the continued investment in that system. So from our perspective, no concerns. Public utilities, financial profile, very strong and provides access to the capital markets. We saw last fall with the revenue bond refunding that we did, that improved these results, resulted in savings for the utility fund, and they maintained their very strong credit rating. On the solid waste side of things, I think I would just commend you all. This is a really great story. I remember one of our first tasks when we were hired back in 2012 was helping with the solid waste fund, which was bordering on insolvency. It was having to be supported by the general fund. It was not supporting itself, and there was a lot of capital needs in that fund. So it's amazing what's happened over the last 9 years. Very minimal debt outstanding for the solid waste fund, about $1.5 million in debt outstanding there. And from a financial perspective, since 2016, has had a system surplus. Revenues have exceeded expenses in this fund every year for the last 5 years, which has allowed you all to build up this unrestricted cash balance to where your unrestricted cash is almost equal to 1 year's of expenditures. That was one of the goals back in 2012, was to build up the solid waste fund where it was a self-supporting fund, it could pay for itself, and it had about a year's worth of expenses in reserves to cover any unforeseen, unexpected, negative things that were to occur. So I'd commend you all on what you've been able to do with this fund over the last 9 years, built it up to a very strong financial system at this point, healthy fund balance within that solid waste fund. That's all I had for today, but again, certainly happy to answer any questions. I don't know, Ms. Stewart, Kimberly, if I've hit on everything y'all wanted me to cover.
Any further questions? Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Let's see, Mr. Hughes here?
Mr. Hughes is here.
Snuck in on me. Hey, Tom.
And my request, before Tom starts, it may be good for us just to go to finish the budget conversation, if you're all right, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, to finish the facility needs, and then Tom can probably show us some nice pictures and videos. I know we will enjoy that.
So we've got item 6 on your agenda, future school facility needs. Dr. Sanders?
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I will direct everyone's attention either to your book on the school facility needs list, or if we can get it back up, the PDF was up on the computer, but I know we may have to reload it if you want to look at that. Currently, we have approximately $64.1 million in school construction taking place. Again, Mr. Hughes will give you the pretty side of that, but that consists of Irwin Elementary School, which is getting its last little bit of steel here soon. Thank you. And Northwest Harnett Elementary School, which we will be breaking ground on once the bond is sold in the next few months. Finally, the last current project, Johnsonville Elementary School, receiving a new cafeteria and new windows, and will make the school look even 10 times better than it does now. I will tell you, definitely needs a new cafeteria, needs a new classroom extension as well, which is in our Tier 1. But I will say, in having conversations with the Department of Public Instruction, I do want to thank Ms. Brookie Ferguson and Ms. Tammy McGill. They've worked very closely with DPI on the ESSER funds, which we'll get to in just a little bit, the elementary and secondary relief funds from COVID. We do believe we can use ESSER funds to complete the current Johnsonville cafeteria and window project and the Phase 2, which is a new classroom building. They're still making sure on some things because one of the goals in the ESSER or in the COVID Relief Act, the most recent two, was for schools to create more space for students and staff. And this does that. Also, improving air quality is one of the provisions in the law as well. Again, this accomplishes that. So we believe there is a case that this $11 million or so could be covered from ESSER. If that is, that would allow us to use the remaining funds of that bond for areas that cannot be used under ESSER, which is any type of new structure or new building. You can add on, it needs to be touching the building, so to speak, but it can't be a new facility or a new school. And again, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Moving into Tier 1, that number matches what is in the budget request. That's the Phase 2 again at Johnsonville, which we're hoping we can take out of that by using ESSER 2 and $3. Gentry, as you know, with the opening of Irwin Elementary School, we want to continue to use Gentry. Something, as we are growing in Harnett County and we want to recruit new staff, one of the things we are lacking is a professional development, staff development center. Some of the counties around us, Wake County, certainly. Cumberland County has taken an older school, gosh, it's probably been 10, 15 years ago, turned it into a staff development center. Where I come from, Rowan County has a really nice educator development center, but it's a place where we can meet in masses, when we can meet in masses again, have model classrooms, have model technology out. We can use, again, for small gatherings of staff for professional development, because we are lacking that in some of our schools, especially during the school day when students are taking up all the classrooms, which is what we're supposed to be doing. But in order to do that, we need to do just some small renovations at Gentry. It probably needs more than $25,000, but this would allow us to get the secure entrance in, and we would actually move the front of the school where it's facing the neighborhood today, would actually face Triton, because that's where the parking is, and we would reconfigure kind of the front office piece of that. Next on the list, one item that we really have never prioritized, but it's needed. Our school bus garage is way out of date. It's 6 to 10 bays behind what the standard at DPI is requiring. That garage was built at a time that this school district only had 5,000–6,000 students, and today we're just shy of 20,000 and 300 buses, and we again have to keep them maintained. We're currently having to use mobile jacks outdoors, and it's not the ideal situation. A new storage and custodial facility to vacate our current red barn, as we call it, and custodial. Those are dated buildings. We believe that there could be a public or another public or private use for that land, and so we would like an opportunity to relocate that to a new, basically metal building, large warehouse. Ongoing conversation. There is no one that will deny Harnett Central Middle School is extremely overcrowded. We are looking at, again, trying to build a middle school, what we kind of call the South Harnett or Lillington Middle School, south of town here. The going rate for a middle school is about $44 million. I will tell you, with escalation, that will go up. You can go to, again, Wake County, Cumberland, other places, and see where middle schools are going to be exceeding that price. That does not include land. That's just building the school. Again, a new high school to take the overcrowding, really, from nearly all our high schools, either around that middle school area south of Lillington or on land that is currently held by the Board of Education on the Highland campus. 1,100 seats. That price does not include land. $80 million. Again, I've said this every year. Wake County is currently building 2 and 3 of the most expensive high schools in the state of North Carolina, in excess of $90 million. And so we know that $80 million will only go up from there. Those are the Tier 1 projects that you will see on the budget needs list. Tier 2, the further you get out, it's a little harder to judge exactly what the cost will be at that point or what it may become. Lafayette Elementary School does need a new, needs renovations to the gym and cafeteria, if not a new gym and cafeteria. This is only for renovations with the new cafeteria, very similar to Johnsonville. We used that price of 5.1. Again, going along with ESSER funds, may have some opportunities to cover some of these. Highland and Overhills Elementary Schools, extremely overcrowded again, lots of huts. Highland is at 23, 24 huts now, about $7.5 million to add on to them. It's important to note, I've shared this with our board, and I do want to let commissioners know that that $7.5 million to add on to Highland and Overhills does not create capacity. It only brings people from the classrooms outdoors inside. And so that does not open up additional seats. It just puts those mobile unit seats inside a brick and mortar building. And so that plays off to the next one, a new southwestern Harnett area elementary school, somewhere in that lower 87 corridor at $33 million. Again, that doesn't count escalation or land costs there. And then we've had some conversations about what to do with Star Academy. Our board will be hearing a presentation from Mr. Jermaine White in our next meeting of how we can reconfigure our alternative education program, which hopefully will eliminate some needs for Star Academy, but not all. And so we'll look forward to hearing that. So we really don't have a price on that to give you because we're not sure exactly what it will look like. Tier 3 projects, again, these are 4 to 7 years further out, a little harder to estimate costs. We know Bowie's Creek will be in need of replacement in Bowie's Creek, if you can still get land in Bowie's Creek, or in the immediate area, or possibly between Lillington and Bowie's Creek may be an option as well. Another Northern Harnett area elementary school, which at that point, if the northwest area continues to grow, we know somewhere between, again, 401 corridor between Lillington and Wake County, a need for another elementary school. We're really projecting out, so who knows where that will be. North Harnett Primary will need renovations. Wayne Avenue will need renovations at that point. In many ways, they need some renovations today. And then our Tier 4 beyond 7 years, again, a little harder to focus as we get way far out beyond those 7 years, but we know that we'll need another middle school in the western side of the county, another middle school on the northern side. We already have the land for that off of Christian Light Road, Christian Light, and Rawls Church. And then our 3 older high schools at that point will be over 50 years old. We know they will need renovations. Who knows what they'll be at this point. And then other school renovations, of course, just varies based on age and all. So I threw a lot of information out there. I think the important part to focus on would be your current projects and Tier 1 projects, and then seeing where we can use COVID dollars, ESSER 2 and 3 dollars, to add on to some school facilities. I will tell you that we actually have some items I've presented to our board. Ms. Ferguson presented them as well, where we took some unique looks at some of our campuses, and I think there may be some opportunities to do some things that aren't even on this list that can improve campuses, possibly through consolidation, possibly through just adding some new wings onto schools that really need some TLC to them. And I am really looking forward to having a conversation with our board on, once we get a better handle on the ESSER funds, being able to have that conversation with them on what we can do, and certainly letting you as commissioners know as well, because it will take you to be a part of this. And I think while COVID has been horrible, to say the least, I do believe that receiving these federal dollars will help us do some things that either we would have pushed aside, or we would have had to come to commissioners and say, okay, we need to do X, Y, and Z. And so it's when we get there, we'll talk a little more about it. It is a large amount of money, but when you talk about building and adding on to schools, it goes quick. So we will have that conversation, I believe, after Mr. Hughes is finished as well. Happy to answer any questions.
I've got a question, rather a concern. It's 2021, and we're looking at building of schools, new schools with only 1,100 seats in them. I mean, 10 years ago, with what was projected, that's not sufficient. So why aren't we looking at building schools with 2,000 class seats instead of, I mean, we already have that projected 10 years from now, and I mean, we already have what it is to fill them up. So.
Well, in particular, so to start there are certainly large high schools and middle schools, elementary schools across the state. We know through research, and we know just through the instruction and management of students, that 1,100 seat elementary school is almost too big to manage as it is now. And that's about where you're at with Highland. I think they're right around 1,000 when you count indoors and outdoors there. Our preference would be to stick to no more than about 1,100. In North Carolina, even elementary, middle, and high schools typically don't exceed 1,200, 1,300 students. There are times, and there have been, I know in Lee County before they built Southern Lee County was massive. There have been 1,500, 1,600 seat high schools as well, but we know that the management of that gets to be a little out of hand, and of course, you have a bigger school as well and need more land. I think for us, around 1,100, 1,200 seats for a high school is about the max. Honestly, my opinion for a middle and elementary at that size is probably a little big too, but we know we have to try to build them as big as we can, and I think we've kind of settled that about 1,100 seats is about as big as we want to go.
I would just like to say that the school board understands and knows the issue with revenue. And, you know, we've had huts at school since I was in elementary, and we don't need any comments about that. But where we're getting to the point now with the growth of the county, you know, the county can't stop the growth, in which you really wouldn't want to, but with the population increasing in Harnett County as much as it has, and will continue to increase because Harnett County is a good place to live, the hut situation is getting ridiculous. And you get into not only management of the students with the amount of huts that we have, the security of it, things like that. You get into the issues of, are we providing the best educational environment and the safest environment for our children in our schools? And Brooks, if you'll remind, we got about 3,500 kids in student huts right now. Yeah. So you think about it, we got 3,500 kids in a hut, and if you base it on 1,100 seat schools, that's 3 schools right there. You see what I'm saying? I mean, and that's not growth. That's just to get the kids out of the huts into the buildings. The schools, the only way we can help with the middle school, Harnett Central Middle School overcrowding is to build a new school. I mean, we can't put enough huts out there to help that situation.
So that goes back to my question then, why not build them larger if we're already, I mean, because how much does, let's just say Highland Elementary, how many students are at Highland Elementary?
Yeah, and I think I said 1,100 high school, I think we're about 1,800.
Yeah, we've got, Harnett Central High School is about, or Triton is about 1,800, isn't it?
Yeah, 1,800,
Not Triton, but over
is
here.
Because I was looking back to see where, after I said 1,100 for elementary, 1,200 for middle, and then we can go about 18 for, 18 to 2,000 for high school.
But I mean, we're already projected with board's projections and everything to come really close to needing a lot more than just 11.
Yes, sir, you're correct. The projection for the number of schools that we need is about 5 to 6. And you look at how much money each school is costing, and each year it goes on, it goes up a lot more. And I think the problem exists not because of anyone that's sitting in this room right now. It goes way back, you know, where future planning wasn't done, you know, to anticipate the growth. They might not have thought the growth was going to happen like it has. I don't know. But.
Yeah, but now we see the future growth. We see that, you know, in about 10 years, and then we can take into account the last 10 years that we've had. And what is the newest school that we've had? Benhaven? Benhaven?
Yes.
And that wasn't even an additional school. That was a replacement school. So by the time we actually start building these, we're already going to be overgrown for what we're projecting now.
Yeah. Well, see, Boone Trail was a replacement, and Benhaven was so that was 2 schools that we had to spend money to do that were not new schools.
And how many class seats got added when we built Benhaven?
Not enough, because we're getting close to capacity out there.
I want to say 400, maybe it was 600.
That's the point that I'm trying to make. Like, I'd like to start being a little more proactive, start building these schools if we can a little bit bigger instead of just putting them out in huts and whatnot.
Mr. Nichols, if you tell us you're going to build us a 1,500 seat school, we will not turn it down. I promise you, we will not turn down a school if you say you want to build it. And I understand exactly what you're saying. I do. I don't know what the answer is either, but we've got to start trying to solve this problem, because the growth is not stopping, and we're getting into a management situation now.
I would like to say we won't turn it down, but it is not suggested that we have schools too big to manage. As a teacher, I know that. That's the problem. It's too big to manage.
Understood, but it's the same as with talking about these kids being out in huts.
Yes.
And we're talking about building new schools now. I wouldn't limit that and then be like, oh, we're gonna need 27 more huts when we build this right out the get-go. So, obviously additional schools. If not, let's start building these larger for the projected growth that we have.
And for a correction for Mr. Nick, and it's my fault, that's actually 2,000 seats on that Highland High School, not 1,100.
Okay.
So that was my error. It is 1,100 on the elementary. It was 1,100. Well, it was 1,100 for elementary and middle, but it's the same. Mr. Hughes will tell you it's the same size that Overhills was built for, 1,800 to 2,000.
Matt, I understand what you're saying. You've been down there. I've been down there several times. We got enough of kids in those 26 huts at Highland Elementary to fill up another average size school just out of the huts alone. And those huts have been there for a long time. Crawl up under one of them and look up under it. You know, I urge anybody to go out that way and just get on your knees and look up under or crawl up under there. See what kind of condition, the mold, the mildew, the wetness, or anything is applied to it. And I think you would say right quick, we have no business with all these huts out here, you know. But what do? You only got so much money to spend, and like you say, by building this 1,100 or 1,200 seat school, trying to keep the cost down as it keeps rising. If we do go to a 1,500 or 1,600 school, look how much more the cost is going to be at that time. You know,
but we're gonna need that space in 5 to 10 years later anyway. So, and mind you, what Benhaven School was a replacement of a 100-year-old school. I mean, unless we're gonna start cranking out a new school every couple of years, we need to figure something out. We're building bigger.
Well, we need 4 new schools right now that we don't have.
Additional.
We need them built and occupied right now.
I guess the best person for you to talk to is your chairman, because he was the principal. He would know about the management of schools more than any of us.
I think she's referring to you.
We talking, I'm sorry.
Which
It's
one?
all I can't hear you on this kid. Anyway, yeah, and I certainly, having spent a career in that field, I can attest to, you reach a point where management does become a huge issue. I know Johnson County probably, 10 or 12 years ago when they built West Johnston and a number of those schools, they've got the goal of the Board of Education at that time was 1,200 seat maximum for the high schools. I'm sure they probably had to exceed that now with the growth that they've had, but I think, again, a lot of that goes back to economic development and having the tax base to be able to afford some of those perks, if you will. And so it's a complicated issue for sure. One that our board certainly wants to do all we can to help, but at the same time, it goes back to ability to pay and how we're going to go about deciding the best road to progress down. The encouraging thing to me now is Ms. Stewart and her staff have included schools in the CIP this time. So for the first time probably in the history of Harnett County, at least we have a plan for the future going forward. I don't know, Ms. Stewart could probably answer that better than I don't know that we've ever had that. It's just been fly by the seat of your pants type deal. So hopefully we can continue to, we know we have an issue. We know we have things that we need to try to accomplish, and hopefully we can continue to work together to figure out the best course of action, most economic course of action, best as far as management from the boots on the ground in the individual schools. So, and again, great discussion. Do appreciate that. Ms. McCoy.
I just want to add to what you were saying is that we have a lot of needs in this county. And schools are one of the most important needs that we have. But the revenue and the taxpayer that we are taking in this county does not support. So that is one of the reasons why my fellow commissioners and I are addressing economic development growth, because tax base in this county, people look at us and talk, why won't we build these schools? Why don't we build this and why don't we do that? The revenue is not there. So we're trying to work on trying to get the revenue up as far as the tax base and all of that. The average citizen does not understand that. And the average citizen does not want their taxes increased. So these are the problems that we have to address as county commissioners. And we're trying to find the best way and the best solution to address these needs, because they are very important needs. Thank you.
Ms. McCoy, in response to your question, I agree with you 100% on that. And I don't understand the citizens of Harnett County in that respect, because I have no objection to a tax increase for the schools. It would not bother me one bit. But a big majority of citizens of Harnett County, if you start talking about a tax increase, you're probably going to get a pie thrown in your face, you know.
Well, you are right. I mean, when we got the last increase in revenue, I was out there promoting it. I mean, at the polling places, trying to get it passed and all of that. But then too, you have to take under consideration that the majority of people here in this county are senior citizens. Our population here is beginning to be a population of senior citizens. And that means that these people are on fixed incomes. And, you know, what do? We're getting more people in, population is growing, but that population that's growing is still retired senior citizens. So we recognize the problem. I know a lot of people blame the commissioners for a lot of stuff, but we recognize the problem, and we are trying to find solutions and ways to resolve the problem. Because you need funds, you need money to move these things up. So I'm just telling you the truth. You know, I've been on this board 7 years. When I came on this board, I had a lot of hopes, a lot of wishes of things that I wanted to see change in this county. But you need revenue to do it.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Dr. Fleming, for sharing that with us today. I believe if we go back up and we can get Mr. Hughes, we'll put you on the mic. Mr. Hughes, when did we complete Highland Middle School? You remember?
2014.
2014. I'll just throw this out since we've been talking about that. We have fortunately not had to put a mobile classroom at Highland Middle School as of yet. However, that request did roll across Dr. Fleming's and my desk earlier this week that we might be out of classrooms there for next year, but before we rolled the mobile classroom out there, we did ask our middle school director to go out there and work with the principal to see if they could work something out, because, you know, once we ever put one out there, the next thing you know, you have a city. So that's just a side while Mr. Hughes was getting ready. So, Tom, we'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Matthews. I apologize, I got a little tied up this morning, but probably this is a little more relevant, Dr. Fleming, to after that last conversation. I'm an architect with SFL&A Architects. These kinds of conversations are really the heartbeat of schools and education. I've been doing schools for almost 40 years now, and that's all I do are schools. And it is amazing how the perspective of educational facilities has changed and yet so consistent over the years. But the big issue of size of schools and management is one that has always sort of been the underpinning of schools for years. And we face that problem. It really comes down to, again, this issue of being able to manage size. When you get so big, what you end up with is a school within a school, and you start splitting schools, and that can work under certain circumstances, but it is always, and Dr. Fleming and I have talked about it often, and I think you'll see a little bit here too that maybe help you. But what we wanted to do today was to give you an update on the 3 projects that you saw a little earlier in the budget discussion. We currently have Irwin Elementary School under construction, Johnsonville Elementary School just beginning construction, and Northwest Harnett Elementary School right now out to bid. So I want all of you to cross your fingers, say a little prayer tonight for our economy, and let's hope that these numbers come in. The environment today is quite competitive. So we're hopeful that even though there's all these prognostications of 180% cost increase in wood products, and steel is up, and concrete is short, and nobody can get any labor, the competitiveness, we hope, is that advantage that we'll have in this bid process. And our bid is this Thursday. So hold tight, and we'll be back with some numbers shortly. First off, Irwin Elementary School. If you remember back when we did a piece on just the idea of what Irwin Elementary School was about, and we really centered on that mill history of the town of Irwin, formerly the town of Duke, renamed the town of Irwin, but that mill closed in 2008 and really impacted the city or the town, and we really wanted to sort of evoke that as a replacement for the existing Irwin Elementary School, and really in a significant way signify the rebirth of the town, because it is growing and people come back in, and honestly the first thing they do is they look at the schools and they look at what that environment is like, and that's a big part of it. So we had this Irwin Mill typology. At the turn of the century, if you recall, the Irwin Mills were the largest producers of denim in the world. I mean, it was such a mainstay of that community. And really to evoke that and bring it back, we developed a look of the Irwin Mill. And mills and this sort of significance, and we tried to embody that. Not over the top, but just give it a story. So if you know the story, you're impressed, and if you don't, you think it's good design. But we wanted to evoke that little piece. And so the tower in the front, it's sort of a tower, but it gives a significance. We wanted it to address denim and street and have that relationship restored, because all the buildings had sort of gotten in the way of the original building. And so we created that story that we hope will perpetuate and lead to the rejuvenation of Irwin Elementary School. So this is the view from Denham. And I'm really happy with this one as an architect, as a design, but also to bring back that sense of place in the center of that community, I think is going to be extremely successful. So one of the things that we do is we run a drone every month so we can sort of keep up with the construction. This school is right now at 62% complete. So this was shot a month ago. So the roofs are basically on now. The second floor is up. We're starting to set steel. We'll be moving to interiors. We'll probably be dried in the next month. And we'll start moving interiors in. So, now's when it really starts to become a real place. But you can see the CMU construction, concrete masonry units are up. We had a time with the site this spring. I've never had so much rain in my life. We had the lulls up to the axles, and it really got us a little behind. But for that reason, we went ahead and put in all of the parking and drives out front just to kind of stabilize the site. So we're running a little bit of a combination of installed stormwater retention and construction stormwater detention. But the school is really starting. I mean, you look at, this is right at Denham, looking back up again. It's really starting to take shape. And I think we got enough of the residential community feel with the gable roofs. The board was very supportive and adamant that they wanted a standing seam metal roof on it. but it really does work with the existing context of a residential community. It's 2-story, but we really tried to step it down in the front to keep the scale consistent with the neighborhood and open it up, make it a very inviting. It should be very much like a park in that community. So with that, this goes on for about 3 or 4 more minutes, but I think we can move on. Johnsonville Elementary School. We just bid Johnsonville. The thing that encourages me the most, this was about a $4.5 million project, and we had 9 bidders on the project. It was a low bid, hard bid, competitive bid job. That for me was a phenomenal turnout and bodes well for the future that we're going to get a good turnout with our bids on Northwest Harnett as well. The existing Johnsonville Elementary School, this is 27. This is the main building. We call it Building 1. This is the gymnasium. Currently, there is the old shops building and the old cafeteria kitchen in that area. And then this is the second building, educational building, that's actually slated for Johnsonville Part 2. And this is the most recent classroom addition out there. So what we're doing is really replacing the existing gymnasium and that building and the cafeteria and the shops. We're taking down that portion of the building and building a new cafeteria and a new kitchen. Pretty straightforward project. We really chose a way where we could kind of just cut it right off and build a new one and keep it isolated from students. The biggest issue in construction on sites is, occupied sites, is safety and security. Keep it all separate. So we've got it all kind of fenced off, secure from, and we have a separate contractor's entrance so that the students don't really ever interact with. And this construction should take about a year, a little under a year to get done. We're also doing in Building 1, we're doing a window replacement. All the front windows and the back windows in Building 1. We had a lot of windows that were just inoperable. Honestly, you were just heating and cooling a building and having it go right out the windows. So doing this, I think, will pay for itself in a rather quick return on investment alone. The inoperability of them, it was just time to fix that building up. Rather than replace it, it still has somewhat of an iconographic image and representation on 27. And the district has invested a lot of money in renovation and new ceilings and corridors and fixing up that. So we chose to save Building 1 and do the kitchen cafeteria as a replacement. In the future, we were looking at the remains of the 6 classrooms here to build an additional classroom building to complement the latest addition and expand the capacity of that school as well. Simple, one of the interesting things today is we literally design the whole project, the buildings in the computer. So we get this real opportunity to look inside, to walk around, to show our clients what it is that we're doing and get that reciprocal feedback of, yes, this is what I want. I have an old mantra that says there's no disappointment without expectation. So the better that we can set that expectation and then do it, the more that everyone is going to be pleased with it in the end. So pretty straightforward, kitchen cafeteria building, little connector back to the existing gym, and the rest of the building just stays where it is for now. And this is just a computer rendering of the interior. It's a little dark with the lights, but it's a cafeteria of a dining room. And then the new kitchen, is going to be like walking into, it's going to be phenomenal because the kitchen they're in now is quite a challenge. So real happy about this project. Engineering construction company, North Raleigh, got the low bid. We'll be having a pre-construction meeting this week, and hopefully we'll do the window replacement this summer and open the new kitchen cafeteria in next school year.
And Tom, if you'll go back to that picture you had, just so you'll know, again, assuming we can use COVID money, when we do the new addition, I believe, Tom, you will have that climate-controlled extension. Will it go all the way across?
Yeah, we actually did a nice master plan with this so that you can see the beginning of this corridor is really designed to extend all the way off and reconnect so that we've got a consistent interior so that we're climate control, but again,
And
it's the safety and security, that we don't have kids going out, getting exposed. Really, just a forefront of everything we do today is understanding how this school is going to function in terms of a day-to-day operation. And this will demolish that building and another addition in that area. I think we looked at somewhere 8 to 10 classrooms, 12 classrooms, you know, whatever the budget will allow.
And I know, going to Mr. Nichols' comments from earlier, that will add capacity on the western side, where right now, by doing the cafeteria, we're actually decreasing a couple classrooms.
Well, it was, yeah, they were the old shops, so
Right.
they were kind of some random spaces in there, and it needed to be replaced. But this will get the capacity of the school back up too. And we'll look at that capacity evaluation in the end. Any questions? We're good. All right, here's the fun. Northwest Harnett Elementary School. This is out to bid right now. So I'm really happy with this design. This is a new greenfield site up off of Wagstaff Road. You come down off of Piney Grove, Rawls, Piney Grove, Wilbon. It kind of gets confusing right in that little area. And you turn down Rollins Road, and we got a 24-acre site out there. It's greenfield. And we really wanted to sort of take a moment and understand what that meant in terms of building a new school, because quite honestly, with Serenity and all the other population growths, I live in Holly Springs. I moved to Holly Springs in 2003. We had 8,000 residents. We topped 41,000 this year. You know, Aaron and I have talked. You're Holly Springs 2003. It's amazing. I was on the planning board for 9 years, so went through a lot of that growth. Got off about 4 years ago just to let other people have some fun. But we wanted to be able to set a moniker in a sense that said, look, this is what this was, and capture that sensibility of that agricultural environment, that green field, and its sustainability, its ecosystems, and just its ability to educate students in a contemporary 21st educational facility. That's me as an architect working with a client that embraces the ideas and pulls together and creates a new school that really can identify that. So when all this becomes houses, we understand what it was once. And we hold on to that, because that's important. As much as we try to echo the mill typology, you know, in Irwin, we want something that gives that school an identity, because your teachers will grab onto that, and it becomes the identity of a school. And that, for me, is one of the great successes of education, when you can give a school an identity that sparks, invites, inspires education, and makes that work in a most exciting way. So that's a little bit of it. This is sort of an overview. The lower piece, this is a 2-story wing, this is a 1-story wing, so this is the K1, 2, 3 down, 4, 5 up. The kitchen cafeteria here, main entrance. We tried to keep this perpendicular to Rollins Road, so there's still that identity of where I go in this school. Safety, security, one entrance, everybody knows where to go. Gymnasium on the other end. So those are the 2 anchors. Media center in the back, embracing the courtyard. We really tried to pull the wings apart a little bit. So often we do schools with wings and you get courtyards and nobody ever goes in them. So we wanted to sort of enliven, embrace this courtyard and make it an active learning space. The kids can go out and learn. There's a little kind of amphitheater at the end, and then play fields around the outside. Parent drop loop and the bus drop loop. This is a look from the back. This is the courtyard area. You'll see the 2-story wing, the 1-story wing, dedicated K-play areas and such. And so, is there any way we can turn those lights off? No? All right, we'll run it. This is your new elementary school. Oh, and the music. There you go. This school is actually 950 students, so it's larger than. It gets up there. You know, we usually, elementary schools are somewhere between 800 and 1,000. This is 900 and 950, depending on what the state legislature decides student capacities are from day to day. But it's 900 to 950. It also has the capacity to expand for mobile units because they are an inevitable part of everything that we do today. That's just a fact of life in understanding population and growth. We do have connects to sidewalks that are eventually going to connect to Serenity. We're working with the county right now on sewer and water connections for this facility as well. So if we look at, this is the floor plan, first floor. So this is the main entry. You get that octagonal space, the media center, one cross corridor, very simple. Principals love it. I can stand here and see everything that's going on. I can stand here and see everything that's going on. I can stand here and see everything that's going on. I love simple sight lines. It's really about safety and security and being able to control that environment, which is so essential to teachers today. Again, this is the PKK1 wing. This is the 2-3 on the first floor, gymnasium, a central space. What we talked about, this is set up so that actually the cafeteria can function as a separate community space. These doors can be locked off at night to preserve that area, these doors, and so we could have this as the community. The gymnasium, we have a sort of secondary entrance there that can be locked off, so you can use that exclusively, or you can open it up and they can come in the main entrance, and then the media center with the main entrance can be cordoned off. So there's a lot of ways for the flexibility in that to really function as a center of the community, because it is kind of isolated out there. I mean, you got Lafayette around the corner, but this school is going to have its own residential constituency, and schools are the centers of our community. So the stronger the school, the stronger the ties to the community, the stronger their educational component. Second floor, this is the 4-5 wing, so it is a 2-story. It worked well because the site kind of slopes from high to low. So actually the two roofs aren't that far apart. We just kind of drop it down a little bit and keep it all on the same plane. And a couple of images just for the end. This is out of the computer graphic that we do. Everything that we design, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, civil, site, structural, architectural, it's all in the model. So it's really an interesting life today. We can walk through and again, take the journey through the whole school, look up, look down, look around, see everything that's going on, and really build that confirmation that it is the type of facility that we want to see today, and it's appropriate for Harnett County. This is the main entrance corridor into the media center in that octagonal space. This is that lobby area outside the gymnasium. Really saw this as a way of energizing that space. These are also, we have some benches out here, a lot of collaborative space in this building, little pull-out areas for teachers to do pull-outs, work together with students one-on-one, small groups, students teaching each other, such a fundamental part of education today. And then the gymnasium interior, it does have a platform area, stage if you will. So you have the gymnatorium as we know it, but be able to use that for events as well. So you can put chairs on the floor, seating on the bleachers, and do presentations. It'll have a lighting system, theatrical lighting. So it works again for community use. And then the cafeteria. So that's about it. Are you excited? It's going to be a great school. We should complete it in probably early 2023. So it's about an 18, 19-month construction period. We'll get going after you sell bonds, close on the bonds, issue a notice to proceed. That'll be somewhere early August. So year and a half puts us into early, which is nice because then it gives us a real opportunity to go in, get the technology all installed, get the furniture all done, get the shakedown crews in place, and be really ready for a big opening in August 2023. I think it'll be fantastic. Questions?
Any questions?
Thank you, Brooks.
Chiefs?
Thank you, Tom.
Tom, we appreciate that.
You bet.
Mr. Gofford and I are just over here commenting on how amazing technology is today.
It really,
Walk through the school, not be there yet.
see, I grew up with pen and ink. It's a whole other world out there today, but you know, we call it model-centric design. It's a different process, but you know, in the end, it's about designing good schools. And that's what it is all about. Oh yeah, I got the mic in my pocket. That's why we keep Charlie over here. All right, thank you all.
Yeah, thanks for coming and
Thank you,
sharing that
Chief.
with us. Thank you. Okay, I believe Dr. Fleming, Elementary Secondary School Emergency Relief Funds, ESSER funds.
Yeah, we'll make this quick. I know we're starting to lose some folks here. Just wanted to share, and I mentioned this a little bit. We are looking right about, and I'm going to ask Ms. Ferguson and Ms. McGill to help me out. I lost my notes. About $21.5 million in ESSER 2 and $48 million in ESSER 3. So when you're looking at, you know, $68, $69 million, we can do a lot of good. Now, I will tell you before you start rolling those numbers in your mind and thinking what can be done, there are some statutory guidance, not guidance, but requirements in that. We have to use certain percentages for learning loss in summer school and some other areas when it comes to instructional uses within the school district. What I want to be able to do is have Ms. Ferguson share a little bit about what she has learned from DPI on some of the areas we'll be using it on the instructional side. I couldn't tell you the exact balance we're at for buildings, but once she finishes on the instructional side, then I'll share a little bit of some thoughts on the rules when it comes to school construction. So, Ms. Ferguson.
So with the ESSER money allowable uses, they include the learning loss, and we had to set aside 20% of ESSER 3 for learning loss, which is a little over $9 million over a period of 3 years. We also can update facility and improvements to minimize virus transmission. That's new or adding on to current buildings. We can do projects to improve air quality such as chillers, boilers, HVAC, things such as that. We also can spend money for coordination of preparedness and response to the virus, providing principal and leaders with resources, addressing unique needs of special populations. You think about your EC students, your EL students, during this time our low-income students. We also can use the funds to training to minimize virus transmission and supplies to sanitize and clean throughout the year. Also, we can use it for educational technology. Another area they want us to focus on is the mental health services and SEL, the social emotional learning of students. So that is a really synopsis of what we can use it for. The two biggies, of course, is to address the learning loss over the next 3 years, to work on air quality over the next 3 years, and then the summer enrichment programs over the next 3 years. They're encouraging us to be a little bit, think outside the box with the summer enrichment, not just your old drilling hill kind of summer school, but maybe some enrichment programs for the children to come and spend time at school, and not only focus on reading and writing and math, but also on fine arts or STEM projects, or even the social emotional guidance piece there, just being around their peers. We, in looking at our first budget with ESSER 2 and 3, we talked about using, of course, to minimize virus transmission, to do some build on, improve the air quality, professional development for our principals and school leaders, hiring special ed teachers to address the EC children population that we've been out of school for a while. They're going to need some help to catch up. With mental health services and training for the teachers, training for the students, making sure they're practicing washing the hands, good techniques. Mental health services, our supplies to clean the school buildings, and then educational technology and summer learning. Those are our areas that we talked about for ESSER 2. In ESSER 3, do you want me to be specific with the ESSER 2 as far as the projects that we're looking
For school building projects?
Yes.
We can talk about those just a second.
Okay.
Most of them are in ESER 3, right?
Well, ESER 2 was the gym at Wellington Shawtown Elementary, the cafeteria at Lafayette, Highland, and Overhills Elementary. And then for ESER 3, the projects at Johnsonville, and the classroom and the cafeteria at Johnsonville for ESER 3.
And so, as Ms. Ferguson mentioned, most of those items, with the exception of the HVAC, the chillers and cooling towers and all that we may need, could come out of the capital, or would take them out of the capital improvement plan with the county, which saves everyone money. But then on the flip side of that, we felt like there are some projects we could do with, among other schools. One idea too was adding a wing onto Harnett Primary to be able to make them a full K-5 school instead of a K-2 school, and that would allow us to use Wayne Avenue, or community organizations for that matter even, to use Wayne Avenue for other uses, such as an early college. So we're trying to figure out some unique ways to do some things that you don't see on this list, but it's just an opportunity for us to either be able to consolidate or use buildings differently. We talked about one school we do not have any type of a gymnasium or anything to is Wellington Shawtown. The other elementary schools that we've added gyms to were detached from the building. In having a conversation with DPI, you can't do that. It can't be a standalone facility. We would be able to maybe expand their multi-purpose room into a gymnasium, something like that. So we're really kind of batting around a lot of different ideas, but the big parts of this, like the Johnsonville classroom building and cafeteria, the Overhills and Highland additions, all of that, things again that are on our list that we'd be able to take care of when we have the opportunity to have the ESSER funds. And so I'm pretty excited about that. And I appreciate again Ms. Ferguson, who's kind of managing the ESSER money. I don't know if she volunteered for that or voluntold, I don't remember which now, but and Ms. McGill, which of course does a wonderful job with all our finances. But man, this is a huge amount of money that's going to have a lot of auditing requirements and all to it as well. So I know she's reading all the guidance as it comes out, and I appreciate that. Absent of any questions, that's what we have on the elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds, and happy to answer any questions on that.
Tell me what the student loss is. What is that?
What's that?
Student loss?
Learning loss.
Learning loss.
Learning loss is a term that's really been debated right now, and I'm one of the ones kind of debated. But it's the knowledge loss of students throughout COVID as they were working from home, and the reason why it's debated a bit is because did our students have a learning loss, or was the learning just slowed? I tend to believe the learning was more slowed, if that's the grammatically way to say it, rather than lost, because we were still educating our students. Our students were still, I believe, gaining in new knowledge and new content. But it is a lot slower. If you're not used to learning in front of a computer, you're used to being in person, that is going to slow down. So there has been some debate on the term, but a part of the ESSER funds is ways for us to either through remediation, tutoring, whatever it may be, extra help for these students to get them back as if we did not have the pandemic over the past year and a few months.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Fleming or staff regarding the ESSER funds, ESSER funding?
I apologize, I had to step out. My son called from middle school. I have two questions. First one is, this is one-time money, is that correct?
Yes.
And is there a stipulation on the time with which we have to use it?
Yes. It has to be used ESSER 2 by September 30th of 23, and ESSER 4 ESSER 2 by 23, ESSER 3 by the end of the federal fiscal year in 24, so by October 1st of 24. And anything you build has to be completed by then as well.
Thank you, Dr. Fleming. Any other questions? Okay, and I think we are at item 9 on the agenda, discussion of 2022 school bond referendum.
I'll kick this off if that's okay. This is Paula Stewart, County Manager. A general obligation bond referendum is a voting process that gives the voters the power to decide if a county should be authorized to raise funds through the sale of general obligation bonds. We usually call them GO bonds, as Mitch alluded to earlier. This is a long-term borrowing tool in which the county pledges its full faith and taxing power to repay the debt over a specified period of time, and we usually typically do it in 20 years or less. This type financing offers the lowest interest rate for local government. A bond referendum can be held during a regular election when the polls are open across the entire jurisdiction, which in this case would be November 8th, 2022. So that would be the soonest that a school bond referendum could be put on the ballot. And as a reminder, I just want to go back in history a little bit. Our last GO bond referendum was held, school bond referendum was held on November 4th, 2014 for the $100 million that we spoke about earlier. The funds have been used for the following school construction projects. Benhaven Elementary was $29,500,000. Irwin Elementary was $27,500,000. So we have drawn down out of that $100 million, we've issued $57 million worth of bonds. Coming up, as Mitch said, in July, we'll be issuing around $28.1 million for Northwest Harnett Elementary. I think in some of the paperwork it said $38 million, but it was because now we've got the $10 million needs-based grant. So I took away that $10 million from that. So the remainder to be drawn down after all of that is 14.9 rather than the 4.9 that was in our documentation. So our next steps would be our bond counsel, who is Parker Poe. They've indicated that we would have to have information presented at 3 County Board of Commissioner meetings, and all actions needed to put this on the ballot would have to be done by early August 2021. So that's the information that we have, and we just felt like it was important to tell you that in order to do some of the Tier 1 or Priority 1 school construction projects after this last drawdown that we're going to do in July, we're not going to have any more money for a new school. And it's been said, you know, we need at least 4 new schools right now. So in order to do that, we'll have to, again, issue or do a GO bond referendum to help pay for the school construction. So that's just in a nutshell, high-level overview of the process of doing that. I don't know if Dr. Fleming or Kimberly has any comments on that, or Mitch, since you're here, anybody have any comments? I'd be happy.
The only thing I want to add is definitely, I think if the boards will consider this, one of the things to keep in mind is you cannot use any public money for a bond. I've worked on thank goodness, a couple successful bond campaigns, but you do have to have private funds to do any type of marketing of the bond. As you know, we do have an education foundation, which the few individuals that are involved with that, I think, would be interested in helping with a bond campaign. So that is, again, good news. But I just keep in mind that from my experience on it, it does take some preparation and time really to get the word out of what it will go for and what it will ultimately cost the taxpayers.
Ms. Stewart, would this be a bond issued in another increment of $100 million, or would that be determined by the commissioner?
To be determined by our financial advisor, our staff, and the Board of Commissioners, correct.
Thank you.
I think the school board would need to come to the county with a projected amount, and then we would work from there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, or any questions for Ms. Stewart or Dr. Fleming? Saw Mr. Snow moving around Mr. Witherspoon a while ago, so I assume we have need for a closed session.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I move Harnett County Board of Commissioners go in closed session for the following purpose: to establish and to instruct the county staff concerning the position to be taken by the county in negotiating a contract for the acquisition of real property. This motion is made pursuant to North Carolina General Statute, Section 143-318.11A5.
Second. Have a motion from Commissioner Witherspoon, second Commissioner Nickel. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries. I'm assuming that we don't need the school board to stay around.
No, they do. They need to go to closed
They
session
go
with
to
us.
closed
And
session.
they need to make a motion.
Oh, I got you. I know what we're talking about. So, do we want to dismiss to another place?
Yeah, we're gonna go to our conference room.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, our vice chair will need to call for a motion for the school board to go into closed session as well.
So, Mr. Chair, motion to go into a period of closed session to discuss attorney-client privilege and to discuss legal matters.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Now go into closed session.
In case any of any staff don't care to hang around, I just want to thank Chairman Jaggers, all your members of the school board for this time today. I think it's been a good time. Something maybe I'd like to see us try to do maybe on a little more regular basis, maybe a couple times Okay, after a motion in closed session, return to open session, we will return back to open session. County Commissioners, go.
Yes, sir, after the same in closed session, we return back to open session, Harnett County Board of Education.
Thank you. At this time, we will consider a joint resolution for the exchange of real property tracts among the County of Harnett, Town of Lewington, and Harnett County Schools.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that Board of Commissioners adopt this resolution.
Thank you, Commissioner Weatherspoon. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Nichol. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, Mr. Vice Chairman, I make a motion that we approve resolution as presented.
I second that motion. All in favor of this motion as written, say aye.
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 Aye, Mr. Chairman.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Any new business to come before the group today?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that the Board of Commissioners adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Weatherspoon. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Nichol. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chairman, motion to adjourn.
Second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.
Thank you again, folks. Good day of work.